From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeline Carroll and Don Amici in Dangerous with Heather Angel.
Lux presents Hollywood, and our cordial thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, who make these programs possible by your loyalty to Lux Flakes. 2 weeks ago, we made an announcement at the end of our program. By popular request, we are making that announcement again at the end of our program tonight. So please listen carefully and have your pencils ready at the close of this performance. Starred tonight are Madeline Carroll and Don Amici with Heather Angel in Dangerous, the gripping drama of a hard-luck girl. A girl who unintentionally brings misfortune to those who know her, and how romance and happiness finally find a place in her life. Our guest is Miss Thelma Saxton, who has one of Hollywood's oldest odd jobs, and conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Tonight, we welcome back to our stage our regular producer and host. Completely recovered from his illness, he'll be with us now, as heretofore, every Monday night. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Hollywood's pioneer, star maker, and director, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And after nearly 4 weeks in the hospital, there's a new thrill in saying that old phrase. With these greetings, my sincere thanks go out to the hundreds of you whose thoughtful letters came like the voices of friends to brighten the long days. I know now what radio really means to the thousands of people imprisoned by illness. Lying there, I realized the great power of radio to cheer and comfort, and I was proud to be a part of it. And I thought, too, of the importance of 1938 as a milestone in motion picture progress. For this is the 35th anniversary of that historic film, The Great Train Robbery, which created the first screen star, Bronco Billy Anderson. Today, Bronco Billy's almost forgotten. And stars like Madeline Carroll and Don Amici have inherited the royal ermine of international popularity. Frequently termed the screen's most beautiful actress, wife of Captain Philip Astley, one of the personal guards of the King of England, it's difficult to picture Miss Carroll as the ex-school teacher who once went to London yearning to become an actress and ended up by tutoring again for $3.50 a week and meals. Hollywood knows Miss Carroll not only as a splendid actress, but as one of our most sincere and vigorous workers for world peace. Don Amici, son of a coal miner, left his law studies to become a stock company actor. Turning to radio, his success won him a screen test at MGM. The test was discouraging. And Don was soon back in Chicago, resuming his radio work. But 20th Century Fox brought him out for another try. And this time, stardom came rapidly. Now seen in old Chicago, Don's new film is called Josette. Our play is taken from the highly successful Warner Brothers film. Don Amici is Don Bellows, Miss Carroll plays Joyce Heath, and Heather Angel is Gail Armitage. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Dangerous. Bachelor apartment in New York City. In the tastefully furnished living room, Don Bellows, a rising young architect, stands at the telephone table. He's in a hurry. With the receiver propped between his shoulder and his ear, he wriggles out of his coat and hands it to his Filipino houseboy.
Yes, of course, Miss Linder. Here, take my coat, Carlos.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll be there, all right, Mr. Linder. Yes, I'm stopping by to pick up Gail. All right, goodbye, Miss Linder.
You out to dinner tonight, Mr. Bellows?
Yeah, I'm late right now. Snap into, will you, Carlos? Lay out my dinner jacket, draw a bath. No, never mind the bath.
Did you ever try putting celluloid fish in the tub to entice him into it, Carlos?
Gail, what are you doing here?
I thought I'd save you the trouble of picking me up.
Well, darling, you're a lifesaver. Go ahead, Carlos. I'll have time for that bath now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me look at you, Gail. Oh, you're gorgeous, you know it?
Thank you. I try my best.
Oh, what do you think?
Did I love you?
Well, I'm a little fond of myself this evening. The bank is going to make that building loan for the estates.
John! Oh, that's marvelous.
Oh, miraculous is the word. All I have to do is put $100,000 in escrow.
That much? But every cent you have is in that land now, darling.
Oh, don't worry about the petty cash. I'll come out all right. Unless I fall down, there'll be the most beautiful estates in the country. And I can't fall down. I've waited too long. I've worked too hard.
It seems as though it's all going to come true, doesn't it, Don?
Yes, I guess we have everything, young lady.
Best of all, we have us.
Yeah, the very best of all.
Happy.
Oh, hysterically.
Why?
Well, because I have very good sense.
Mr. Bellows, you're a cad. Now hurry up and get dressed. We don't want to be late to the Linders.
Oh, I don't suppose we could get out of...
We could not.
No.
You'll meet people there who can afford to buy your houses.
People who go to the Linders don't need houses. They need tombs.
Oh, and it's really been so nice to have you.
Thank you, Miss Linden.
Good night, Mrs.
Good night.
Linder. Good night, my
Good
dear.
night.
Good night. Well, that's over.
Being the extra man at a Linder dinner party is like being the spare corpse at a wake.
I could kiss you for getting us out, Ted.
Well, now that we're out, what happens?
You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to go down and do the shooting galleries and honky-tonks and things.
Oh, slumming. Say, that's an idea.
Of a sort. Say, I know a swell little dive over near the tracks on 10th Avenue.
Sawdust on the floor?
Up to your knees. Come on. Well, why doesn't somebody say something?
Is this what's known as a den of iniquity, Ted?
Sure, this place is tops in iniquity. Why?
Well, I thought it'd be picturesque. It's only sordid.
Want to get out?
I think so.
Well, let's go. Hey, Don.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What are you looking at, Don?
That girl over there. The one sitting alone.
What about her?
Oh, nothing much. She, just doesn't seem to belong here somehow.
I noticed her before. She tosses them off like a stevedore.
Let's get out. It's depressing.
I'm ready.
Well, it was a good idea, but it fizzled.
I'm sorry I suggested it. Are you going to take me home, Ted?
Sure.
Then you won't have to make the trip, Don. We can drop you at the apartment.
Oh, thanks.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I was just thinking. Did you ever hear of Joyce Heath?
Joyce Heath, the actress? Of course I have. She was a star about 3 years ago.
I think I saw her in Camille.
Yes, I did, too.
Whatever happened to her?
I was speaking to a producer the other day, and her name came up. This fellow said she was never a star. She was a comet. She appeared suddenly, fell spectacularly, and disappeared completely.
Very poetical, but why?
Well, fantastic as it sounds, it was because of a jinx, one she put on other people.
A jinx?
Yes. It started when one of her leading men was killed on opening night. From then on, everyone who had anything to do with her seemed to run into bad luck. Divorces, failures, scandals, even suicide. It got so producers were afraid to use her. Actors wouldn't play with her. She got to believe it herself finally, and she just disappeared.
It's almost unbelievable.
Yes, except for one thing. That woman I pointed out to you in that place. That woman was Joyce Heath.
What?
Don, are you sure?
I'm positive. I'd never forget her face.
Oh, it's terrible. Well, why doesn't somebody help her?
You can't help a jinx woman.
I wonder.
Well, this is you, Don.
Oh, thanks. Look, just let me out at the corner. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Well, sister, what do you say? Want anything else?
What's the matter? Can't I sit here?
It's getting late, and you ain't paid for the last one yet.
You'll get it. Take your time.
Excuse me, mind if I sit down here?
No, not if you take her check.
I wasn't speaking to you. Do you mind, miss?
Do what you want.
Thanks. Two, or whatever the lady's having.
Right.
I've seen you before.
Which doesn't exactly make us old friends.
I'm sorry. I should have had a more original opening. But I came all the way back here just to tell you.
It really doesn't interest me, if you don't mind.
Please don't leave. I want to speak to you, Miss Heath.
What did you say?
Joyce Heath.
I? Joyce Heath sitting alone in a dive like this. You must be crazy.
Maybe. I have a very vivid recollection of her face, though. You see, Joyce Heath helped me once. It was a long time ago, and she never knew it, of course. I was just getting my start in architecture, and things were going pretty badly. I was discouraged, ready to quit. And then one night, I went alone to the theater. Joyce Heath was playing in Camille. I'll never know exactly what happened to me that night, but somehow it gave me strength, gave me the courage to go on. She was a magnificent artist. I'll always be grateful to her.
Now you're a success, I suppose.
Oh, fair one.
Well, you don't have to thank me.
No. There isn't much similarity, except in appearance.
Lots of people look alike.
Joyce Heath was electric, terribly alive. That's the way I saw her that night. Do you remember the deathbed scene? There was a dim light on the stage. You were lying on a couch. Armand is on his knees beside the bed. Your hand goes out and caresses his head. You say, I'm dying. Remember? I'm dying.
I'm dying, but I'm happy too. And my happiness conceals my death. But you will speak of me sometimes, won't you, Armand? Give me your hand. It isn't hard to die. I do not suffer now. One would say that life was restored to me. I experience a relief I never felt. I shall live. I shall...
Miss Heath. Miss Heath.
What's the matter? Is she out?
Yeah. Help me get her out of here. Get a cab, will you?
Okay.
I'm going to take her home.
Right.
Yes? Who is it? Good morning. Still in bed, miss? You look very poorly.
Do I? And it won't surprise you to be told that I feel very poorly.
Nope, it won't. Figuring the condition you arrived in last night.
And just where did I arrive, if I'm not asking you to betray a confidence?
Mr. Bellows' place. His country place. He's an architect. One of them fellows that draws pictures.
Thank you. And I suppose you're Mrs. Bellows. Or you just one of his sketches?
Nope, I ain't. I'm his housekeeper when he comes down for weekends.
How cozy. And Mr. Bellows, where's he?
Eating his breakfast. And if you want to see him, you better perk right along, because he's got to get into town.
Yes, I'm rather looking forward to seeing Mr. Bellows. Get out of here and let me get dressed.
Good morning. How are you, Miss Heath? Feeling better?
No.
I'm sorry.
How did I get here?
I brought you. I looked in your purse for your address, and there wasn't any. You had to have someplace to go.
Oh,
so...
don't bother with an alibi. It really doesn't matter.
If I were looking for an alibi, I think you'd supply it. Look at yourself in the mirror. Take a good look. The only feeling you could arouse in a man is pity.
Pity? You have the nerve to feel sorry for me. You, with your fat little soul and smug face, picking your way so cautiously through a pastel existence. Why, I've lived more in a day than you'll ever dare live. Pity for me. That's very funny, because I never had any for men like you. I've never... Oh, what's the difference?
Just now, you were as I'd imagined you'd be.
Yes, playing a second-act speech at a third-act curtain.
There might be a fourth act, you know.
Not for me. And when you boast to your friends about how you brought me here, I wouldn't mention it was after I'd become a has-been. It might detract from the glamour of your adventure.
Look, Miss Heath, I brought you here
because you were sorry for me. You already said that.
It was more than that. Let's just say I brought you here because you're an actress whom I've always admired and to whom I'm grateful for some of the finest performances I've ever seen.
I'm humiliated to the point where I must thank you. Well, now what?
That depends upon you. Here. Take a look out that window. It's a nice country up here, isn't it? It's quiet and restful. A person could find peace here.
You can only find peace in yourself. And when you do, you might as well be dead. Rest in peace. It's for tombstones.
And for the living?
Desire. To want something. To work for it and get it. To live up every moment of it and then go on, leaving yesterday behind. On and on. Higher and higher. Frustrated actress reads lines for small audience.
Oh, no. You'll go on. Talent like yours doesn't die. You were a star once and you can be again.
Yes, an evil star, a jinx. You better run for your life.
Oh, you can't possibly believe that superstition.
2 men who loved me are dead. Some have been ruined financially. Successful shows are folded. How can I ignore it when everyone else believes it? When no producer in the country will risk giving me a part.
Breakfast is ready.
In a minute, Miss Williams. You'll have some breakfast, won't you?
No, thank you. If you're going into town, you can take me with you.
Won't you stay out the week? No one's going to be using the house, and I can come down and bring you in Saturday. The rest will do you good.
Helping Joyce Heath is like shaking hands with the devil, the worst luck in the world.
I don't believe that. Do you really want to go back to the city?
I don't care.
Well, then you won't feel obligated if you stay, will you?
Why should I? It doesn't make any difference.
No, of course it doesn't. And you'll stay?
Yes. But stop asking me questions. Go on. Go back and boast to your friends about fishing Joyce Heath out of the gutter.
You shouldn't say things like that. It isn't fair.
I didn't ask you to help me.
Of course you didn't. Goodbye, Miss Heath. I'll see you Saturday.
And so ends Act One of Dangerous. In a moment, Madeline Carroll and Don Amici will be back to continue with Act Two. Meanwhile, we've some fun for you. See how good your guess is on the odd knowledge questions I'm going to read to you. And just to make it more interesting, I've asked one of the ladies in our audience if she won't be good enough to come up here to the microphone and try her luck on them. I know we all like someone else to try his luck. Well, at least you can try your luck in the privacy of your own mind. And now I'm going to ask Miss Catherine Carlton of Portland, Oregon, who has just come up from the audience, 4 simple questions. Here's the first question, Miss Carlton. In some countries, elephants wear silk stockings. Right or wrong, Miss Carlton?
Well, that one's easy. Surely I'd say wrong.
Well, strangely enough, the statement is right. In Borneo, sacred elephants wear hand-knitted silk stockings over their feet, and their stockings are changed daily. Number 2, right or wrong? Good stockings, when new, will ordinarily stretch to 11 inches at the top, out sizes to 14.
Well, on that one, I'd guess right.
That statement is right. Good stockings, if they haven't lost their elasticity by careless washing, will ordinarily stretch to 11 inches at the top, out sizes to 14. Number 3, answer right or wrong. Nobody wears stockings made of wire.
Right.
The statement is wrong. If you ever go to the Congo, look up Princess Watutsi. She wears a knee-length skirt, and her hosiery is made of wire. Number 4, for many women, stockings are the greatest single item of expense in their wardrobe.
You said it. With a great many women I know, that's certainly right.
Yes, that statement is correct. 5 out of 6 women asked said they pay more to keep themselves in stockings than they pay for any other single item in their clothes budgets. But more and more women are reducing stocking expense by caring for stockings with Lux Flakes. Lux saves stocking elasticity, keeps stockings live and stretchable, so they give instead of breaking so easily into runs. Get a big package of Lux Flakes tomorrow. Lux your stockings after every wearing. Then they'll look lovelier, fit better, wear longer. Please listen carefully for the announcement which will come at the end of our program. Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Dangerous, starring Madeline Carroll and Don Amici. A few days have passed since Don left Joyce Heath at his cottage in the country. It's early Saturday afternoon, and he's returned to drive her back to the city. In the spacious kitchen, Mrs. Williams goes about her preparations for dinner as Don questions her concerning Joyce.
Well, is that all you've got to tell me? She ate and she slept. Didn't she say anything?
Well, she ain't what you call a chatty body. You could get more folksy conversation out of a snowman.
Well, where is she now?
Went walking toward the hill on the north meadow.
I guess I better find her. Kind of looks like rain to
Yes,
me.
it's going to rain right enough. When you fetching her home?
Well, whenever she wants to go. Why?
Lands, I was just talking, but I sort of wish she was gone.
Why?
Because it's different with a man like you. But a woman can tell a lot about another woman. She's dangerous, Mr. Don. A bad woman's got something that a good one ain't. Good women are jealous of that something and afraid of it. You can't say exactly what it is. But she's got it, and I'm afraid of her. For your sake.
Sounds to me as if you've been reading some trashy novels, Mrs. Williams. In the first place, I don't find Miss Heath particularly charming off the stage. And in the second place, it's no concern of yours. I'll go and find her. She'll be out of your way by this evening. Miss Heath? Where are you? Miss Heath? Oh, there you are. Miss Heath, wake up. Hey, come on, wake up.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is.
It's you, and it's Saturday, and I went to sleep in a haystack. It all comes back to me now.
It's also going to rain, and it's supposed to show very good sense to come in out of it.
That's merely hearsay.
Gosh, you look much better.
I feel it. I've enjoyed it here. Going barefooted, sleeping in the sun, and playing naiad in general.
Now, just what is a naiad?
Some sort of a wood nymph, I think, but I'm a little mixed up on my sprites.
Well, even at that, a naiad becomes you more than a maenad.
Fancy, and just what is a maenad?
Well, maenads were mythical women renowned for their beauty and charm. They attended the Dionysian revels and were always so carried away by the wild madness that they ended up by dancing hysterically over the edge of a cliff to destruction.
Sorry, I'm too tired to be hysterical, and my feet are much too sore from going barefooted to stand the job of dancing off cliffs. By the way, I got the sermon. Thank you.
I didn't mean to preach.
I probably deserve it.
Oh, here it comes. Come on, we'll have to run for it.
Woo! Naiad and maenad, nothing mermaid. Come on.
Yes, just look at that rain. You know, I'm afraid we won't make it tonight.
I don't mind. I don't mind anything. I've had a good dinner, the fire's warm, and don't be surprised if you hear me purr.
Did I tell you I saw you the opening night of Hedda Gabler?
No.
I think it was one of your best things.
Do you?
Which play would you prefer to do above all others?
One I've never done. It's called But to Die. I wouldn't have to act it. I could live it.
Why hasn't someone produced it with you?
With the Jinx woman of the theater? I noticed another play on your bookshelf. I'd like to play that sometime, too.
Which one was it?
A thing called Forever Ends at Dawn.
Forever Ends at Dawn? I don't think I've ever read it.
It has a beautiful last act.
Wouldn't read it to me, would you?
Sure you want to hear it?
Oh, it'd be a treat.
Well, just the last scene, then.
All right.
The locale is behind the front lines of an aviation post during the war. The principal characters are an aviator and a woman. She's not a nice person, but fascinating. The man has a wife or a fiancée, I've forgotten which, with whom he's very much in love. However, he's intrigued by the woman, but quite nobly resists her charms. The second act ends with him receiving orders to leave at dawn. That's where the title line comes from. Here it is. Here. You may find some of the dialogue a little awkward in spots, but I'll try and make it convincing.
I've never heard you yet when you weren't.
Thank you. Here we are. It's midnight. The room is illuminated by a floor lamp. Joan sits reading. There's a knock at the door center. She opens it to Richard. Joan. You at this hour? Richard, it was my last chance. You see, we're moving up at dawn. I've come to say goodbye and tell you what grand fun it was knowing you. It was, wasn't it? Joan, yes. Yes, of course. Only I thought our goodbye would be different from this. Richard, it might have been, but you see, there was always... Joan, the girl in the back of your watch. It doesn't matter. Richard, it does matter, I tell you. It matters all the difference between you and her. Tonight and forever. Joan, her forever lasts until death do you part. Mine but till dawn. Tomorrow is where regrets lie, Richard. But there'll be no tomorrow for us. Only tonight, which we steal from no one and forget as a dream which was no part of our normal lives, over which we had no control, and for which we need feel no obligation.
Is that the end of the play?
Almost.
May I see that book, please?
Of course.
Thank you. It's not Forever Dies at Dawn, is it? There is no such play, is there? You were making it up.
Yes.
You should be a writer, too.
Where are you going, Don?
For a walk.
In this rain?
I like walking in the rain.
I'll go with you.
I'd rather you didn't.
Would you? Would you like me to leave here now? Would you like never to see me again? I'll go if you say so.
You can't go.
Because of the rain?
No, because I want you to stay.
Oh, Don.
Joyce, what's happened to us? I don't understand.
Must we understand? It's happened. That's enough. Kiss me, Dawn. Dawn.
Joyce, I'm going to take that walk by myself. I've got to think. I'll be back later.
Will you have some more coffee, Mr. Bellows?
No.
Toast?
No. Thank you. I've had enough.
Is there anything wrong, sir?
Wrong? What should be wrong?
Nothing, sir. Excuse me.
Good morning.
Joyce. How are you, Joyce?
May I have some coffee, please?
Of course.
You didn't come back last night.
No.
Why?
Joyce, I hate loose ends. They tangle your life and then trip you up.
Yes, Don?
Last night, I'm sorry I kissed you. I'm sorry I said what I did.
If you didn't mean it, then I am too.
Joyce, you don't understand. I'm engaged to someone. I'm in love with her.
It's very gallant of you to tell me now.
I was unfair to you, too. I just lost my sense of values. I regained them this morning, and I'm asking you to forgive me for last night. And for what I'm saying now, if it hurts.
Hurts me? You delight me. You have the most amazing lack of humor I've ever known. Perhaps you think I meant it last night. I almost laughed in your face. Made me a little sick to think anyone could be so stupid to be taken in by a lot of old tricks. I thought you at least might be amusing. Instead, you turned out to be dull, stupid, and so afraid. But you needn't be. I won't upset your Sunday school romance or your oh-so-nice career. Hurt me. Get out before you give me hysterics. Get out! Get out! Don, you came back. I was praying you would.
I tried to leave. I drove halfway into town. They stopped me on the road. The bridge was out. I had to turn around and come back. And I was glad, Joyce.
You didn't believe what I said. Please tell me you didn't.
Perhaps I had it coming.
No, you didn't, Don. No, it was a lie.
Shall we forget it?
Yes. But there's something I want you to remember. I know you belong to somebody else. And I don't want you, Don. But last night was mine, and I made it ugly this morning. I don't want you to think of it that way.
I won't.
You will unless you know the truth. That night I came here. You took me in out of pity. That hurt my pride. And because I'm a good deal of a shrew, I wanted to hurt yours. I was going to tease you with all the tawdry tricks I knew until you tried to kiss me. And then I was going to laugh in your face. I was an actress playing a part, but I played it too well. Because when you took me in your arms, I didn't want to laugh. I wanted to cry.
Oh, Joyce, darling, I'm sorry.
I'm not. I'm glad. Last night was beautiful. It'll always be beautiful. And now that it's over...
It isn't over, Joyce.
It's got to be over. You've got everything ahead of you. Someone you love who can help you. I couldn't do that. I'm the kind of a woman who destroys, not builds. I'm Joyce Heath, Don. A Maynard who doesn't want to dance over the cliff with anybody as fine as you.
Mr. Bellows.
Yes?
They just sent word up from town. You can get through now.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
You're going to go?
Oh, I don't know.
You've got to. Because if you stay, it'll be too late. I'm bad for people. I'm a jinx. I don't want to be, but I am. So I'm being generous, Don. Kinder than I've ever been. And I can't be much longer. So go. Get away. Leave me. You can leave me, can't you?
I don't know. I've got to find out.
Mr. Bellows? Oh, did Mr. Bellows leave?
Yes.
Is he coming back?
Yes. Yes, I think he will.
Mr. Bellows.
Good evening, Anna. Is Miss Gale in?
Oh, yes, sir. In the living room, sir.
Thank you.
Well, hello there, Mr. B. It was about time you were getting back.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry, Gale. I was delayed.
Well, at least I know what to expect when we're married. Sit down.
Gale, I want to speak to you. It's going to be a little difficult, but...
Has something happened?
Yes, something's happened.
Go on.
Gale, there's no woman in the world who I'd be prouder to have as my wife than you. And more than that, I have respect for you, for your integrity, your pride. If I could make myself respect you a little less, it would be all very simple. But I can't. So I've got to ask you a question. And I'm afraid I already know the answer.
What is it, Don?
If we were married, Gale, you know that... You know I'd live up to it, don't you? That I'd live only for you.
I know that.
I would, Gale. But if there was someone that I'd never see again, someone who had a strange fascination for me, which I couldn't destroy, would that make a difference to you? Even though I'd never see her?
Yes, Don, it would. Whether you ever went to her or not wouldn't matter. But the fact that you'd want to would. It mightn't make me love you any less. Perhaps more. But the agony of wondering when you kissed me if you were thinking of her, the hate and dread I'd have of that other woman, the terrible loneliness for that part of your life I didn't own, that would be unendurable. Is that what you wanted to know?
Yes, Gale.
I can't tell you how much I admire you for being honest, Don. And thank you for coming to say goodbye.
Gale, Goodbye.
Oh, Don. Who is it?
Excuse me, miss. Will Mr. Bellows be staying for dinner?
Mr. Bellows is gone, Anna.
Oh, will he be coming back, miss?
Yes. Yes, I have a feeling that he will.
Dawn, is that you?
You knew I'd be back.
I've been waiting out here for you.
Let's go inside. I want to talk to you, and I've got to drive back.
Tonight?
Yes. Go in.
Well, Don.
Sit down and listen to me. You and I are artists, Joyce. I'm an architect, and you're a great actress. I deal in permanency, things that endure. You in emotions, moments. I want to know, is there any consistency in the way you feel toward me?
Tonight I love you so much that nothing else matters. Tomorrow should be the same. But tomorrows have betrayed me too often to promise them. That's the only answer I can give you.
Well, it's an honest answer, Joyce.
I'm not lady enough to lie.
No, I don't think you would. Joyce, I broke my engagement.
Why?
Because of you.
What about her?
You're to never mention her again. Except that I want you to know that she's finer and stronger than either of us. If she weren't, I wouldn't be here.
Then I'm glad I'm weaker. And you are too, aren't you? Say you are.
No. But I'm here.
That's all I care about.
Well, there are other things that are important to me. First, your career.
Why should you concern yourself with that? They won't let me in a theater for fear it'll fall down.
I've killed that superstition. You start rehearsing But to Die for George Sheffield Monday morning.
I? You're mad. Sheffield wouldn't risk it.
You're to get the script from him tomorrow.
Don, how did you do it? You didn't put your money in it?
Yes.
You fool, you crazy fool. Something will happen. I won't let you. I'm a jinx, I tell you.
You're no such thing. You're a great actress. I'm so sure of it that I'm risking the money that was going to realize the one dream I've ever had. You're going to be greater than you ever were. Because if I'm going to marry Joyce Heath, it's going to be the Joyce Heath.
Marry?
As soon as the play opens, maybe even before.
We can't.
Why not?
Because I won't let you. Not so soon. Don't tempt fate, Don. You don't know the chance you're taking.
I don't believe in fate.
I do. It was fate that brought us together.
Then it'll keep us together.
Oh, I hope so. Darling, I hope so.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain comes down on the second act of Dangerous. Our stars will be heard in Act 3 after the short intermission. Now we call forth another from that unsung group who helped make motion pictures, but whose names are little known outside of Hollywood. Tonight it's Thelma Saxton, who has appeared in nearly 50 films. And a touch of mystery is added when you realize that you've never seen her face and never heard her speak, but you have seen her hands that have doubled for many of our loveliest stars.
And I'm going to explain all that, Mr. DeMille, because if I don't, people are apt to get the impression that the hands of the stars are not beautiful enough for close-up shots. And, of course, most stars do have beautiful hands. First, Mr. DeMille, how much money is represented in a single scene of a big picture?
Anywhere from a few hundred to many thousands of dollars, depending upon who and how many are involved in the making of it.
And now will you tell us about how many minutes of a picture can be shot in an average 8-hour day?
Well, yes, but who's interviewing whom, Miss Saxton? If we shoot 5 minutes of the final film, we're doing remarkably well.
And that's where I come in. Now, suppose there's a scene in a picture involving, let's say, a letter. And suppose that the audience is first going to see that letter from a distance, and then in a close-up in which the star holds it in her hands. For the first shot, the set would have to be arranged so the camera could shoot the letter from a distance. Then to take the close-up, the stars and all the people would have to wait around until the lights and the camera were rearranged. That minor detail might require anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, plus all the money represented in an idle cast.
And to avoid that, Miss Saxton, we turn the letter over to the Special Effects Department, which shoots it from the desired angle without requiring the star's presence.
Exactly, and incidentally gives me a job. For special effects shots, my hands have held a basket for Carole Lombard and shown a manicure for Claudette Colbert. They've been tied to a stake for Gail Patrick and have dropped a cigarette lighter for Ida Lupino. They've turned a travel booklet for Sylvia Sidney, lifted the pages of a scrapbook for Frances Langford, and have written a sign with a cigar dipped in ink for Gracie Allen. They've dialed phone numbers, picked up flowers, unlocked doors, worn rings, and have stolen jewels.
And with hands so valuable, you ought to protect them with steel mittens.
No, Mr. DeMille, I expose them to as much wear and tear as the average girl, and perhaps a little more, because, being married, I run my own home, do my own dishes, and a little of my own washing. Naturally, though, I'm very careful of my hands, and when it comes to washing dishes, I wouldn't think of using anything except Lux Flakes. All you say about Lux on this program is absolutely true. When you wash dishes in Lux Flakes, you're really giving your hands a beauty treatment. They don't get a bit red and rough-looking. I'm very happy to say a word for Lux because it's such a real help to me.
I'm sure every woman will value your advice about Lux for beautiful hands, Miss Saxton. Have you any other suggestions?
The only other thing I can remember doing to develop nice hands was a long time ago when I was a little girl. My father said that if I didn't stop biting my nails, the boys wouldn't like me, so believe me, I stopped.
You've never had more than a finger in the motion picture pie, have you?
Well, I played in Bulldog Drummond Strikes Back, but the girl was dead, so they covered me up with a sheet, and all you could really see was my hand holding a piece of evidence. The most work I ever did in a single picture was for Carole Lombard in Hands Across the Table. She was a manicurist, you know, and I held hands with so many nice-looking actors that I was almost ashamed to take my paycheck. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thanks for the helping hand, Miss Saxton. Madeline Carroll and Don Amici in Dangerous. Months have passed, and and the play which Don backed for Joyce Heath is nearly ready to open. In the back of the darkened theater, Don sits alone watching the dress rehearsal. Suddenly, Sheffield, the producer, calls a halt and walks up the aisle.
That's 4 o'clock tomorrow. Everybody on time, please.
All right, 4 o'clock.
Oh, hello, Don. Got a cigarette?
Sure. Well, what do you think, Sheffield?
I think it's terrific. You know, Don, I've spent a fortune and misspent a life in the theater. But this is the only time that on the night of a dress rehearsal I've had nerve enough to say I had a hit.
You're pretty positive.
So positive, I'll buy your piece of it for $100,000.
Ah, there's one angel who isn't afraid to tread. Gosh, she's magnificent, isn't she?
Even in rehearsal. It's the greatest performance I've ever seen. She'll be a sensation Monday night.
Oh, say, what about the jinx?
Oh, nothing could jinx a talent like that.
Hello, Don. Well, Chef, how does it look?
Huh? Oh, all right, I guess. Needs a lot of work, though.
You know, Don, if I got away down to the country and went over the script tomorrow, I think I could get a better perspective. Would you run me down tonight?
Why, of course. Shall we go?
I want to stop at my apartment for some clothes.
Right. Night, Chef.
Night. And, Don, keep her out of the poison ivy and the fresh air. I don't want her to open in a whisper.
Just put that bag over there, darling. I think that's all I'll need. Well, what are you standing around for? Come on, darling.
Joyce, wait. We can't go on like this.
I could forever.
No, don't be evasive. You know what I mean.
Getting married, of course. But now there's the show to think
There's
of.
always
and
some reason to change the subject, isn't there? Tell me the truth, Joyce. Why are you putting me off?
Oh, Don, don't be so intense. You know I love you, that there's no one else. Isn't that enough?
No, it isn't enough. What's the matter? Are you afraid to marry me?
Afraid? Why should I be?
I don't know. Unless you think marriage would make me a little harder to get rid of.
Don, don't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
Hold me, Don. Hold me close to you.
Why, you're shaking. Oh, now, Joyce, darling.
It's nothing. Excitement. Nerves, that's all. Look, dear, I'm going to be rotten company, and I want to be alone. Let me take your roadster and go down to the country alone.
Well, if you like.
Thank you, darling. Now get out of here like a good boy, or you'll see me cry.
What's the matter?
Nothing, I tell you. Stage fright. Go on now. There's always a taxi out front.
All right. Good night, dear. Drive carefully. And when you come back, leave the jitters behind you, will you?
I will, darling. Good night.
Good night.
Who is it?
It's Joyce. Open the door.
Joyce. Come in. Oh, it's a long time since I've seen you, Joyce. Sit down. I haven't much of a place here, but I guess I don't have to tell you that.
Gordon,
Let me look at you. I've hoped you'd come like this so many times.
I've come on business, Gordon.
Oh.
I've got to go down to the country tonight. I haven't much time.
You still hate me, don't you, Joyce?
I never hated you.
And you never loved me either.
Did you ever love me, Gordon? Really love me?
When a man ruins his life because of something, it must be pretty real. I'm a bookkeeper now in that company I used to own, Joyce. And the worst part of it all is I can't hate you. I don't suppose you understand that.
I can now. I love someone that way, too, Gordon.
Heaven help you.
Yes, heaven help me if you don't.
You want me to divorce you. Is that it?
Yes, Gordon.
I've told you time and time again I won't. You're my wife, understand? My wife. Something you'll never be to any other man. Being your husband is the only thing I have left, and I won't lose it. You'll be my wife till the day I die.
Then I'll divorce you.
You can't, Joyce. You haven't any grounds, and you never will have.
Gordon, I know I've ruined your happiness. Don't ruin mine. If it's revenge you want, I'll give it to you. I'll beg, I'll crawl, I'll do anything. Look at me, Gordon. If you want to humiliate me, you know how. But set me free. Give me one chance at happiness. Please, Gordon, please.
No.
Gordon, will you do one thing for me? I want you to come with me.
Where?
To the country. I want you to meet him, speak to him. He has to know sometime.
If I meet him, you think I'll take pity on you, don't you? You think I'll let you go?
Yes, Gordon.
Are you driving down?
Yes.
I'll be ready in a few minutes.
rather let me drive, Gordon? You're not doing very well.
I thought you always liked speed.
I do, but you'll never take the turns at this rate. And there's a tree in the middle of the road just ahead.
Is there? You know the road well, don't you?
He lives at the end of it.
Is there nothing in the world that would make you drop the idea of this marriage?
Nothing.
Not even to save your life?
My life?
I'm desperate, Joyce. I love you, do you understand? And if I can't have you, I'd rather be dead. We'll take that tree in the road, the both of us. I'll smash both of us to hell.
Good. Take it. Go on. Go faster. Do you think I care? You can't live without me. Well, I can't live without him. Go on. Faster. Go faster. Faster. Faster.
Paper, Joyce Heath and Smash Up.
Actress and Smash Up. Man identified as husband. Paper.
Read all about it. Actress and husband will live. Accident reveals triangle.
Triangle. John Bellows and Scandal.
Scandal.
Scandal. And the board thinks it would be best, Mr. Bellows, if you'd resign from the club.
Resign? But why do I have to...
Sorry, Mr. Bellows.
It's tough, Don, but that dough you sunk in the show is all red ink now. A total loss.
Yes, I expected that.
Too bad, fella.
The bank just can't see its way clear to making that loan. We're sorry, Bellows, but we've got to be pretty conservative.
But you can't do this. I put every cent I have in those estates. I need that loan or I'll lose everything.
I'm afraid you'll have to lose it then. Sorry, Mr. Bellows.
Dr. Halloway. Calling Dr. Halloway. Dr. Jarvis.
You'll find Miss Heath in room 1006, Mr. Bellows.
Thank you.
Dr. Gray.
Don.
Hello, Joyce.
Oh, Don. You waited so long to come.
Did you expect anything else?
You blame me for what's happened, don't you? I knew you would. That's why you didn't come.
Yes, I blame you.
Don, don't say that. Don't. It's the jinx. I warned you. I can't help it. I can't.
You mean you can't help being mean and selfish? You do anything to gain your own desire and go on, leaving someone else to pay the bill. That's the jinx you put on people.
I was willing to give my life for you. Is that selfishness?
Yes, because you're afraid to risk losing me by saying you had a husband. So instead you lied and ruined me. And your husband, what's it cost him to love you? You've never bought any happiness in your life. You owe for it. It cost everybody else but you. Well, I can't afford any more. But there's one thing I know. If you're ever going to be anything but a jinx, you'd better start paying off. Because you're in debt for the rest of your life.
Don.
Goodbye, Joyce.
Don, don't leave me like this. I'll die if you do. I'll kill myself. I mean it.
You don't mean it. If you did, you'd be more of a coward than I think you are.
Don. A coward. I'll be a coward, then. I'll be one.
Miss Heath! Miss Heath, what are you doing out of bed? Get away from that window. You'll catch cold.
Leave me alone. Get out.
Oh, no. Now behave yourself. Get back there. I was just in to see your husband. He was asking for you.
My husband? Yes. My husband. Nurse, I've got to get up today.
Oh, you can't. It's much too soon.
I must. I've some debts to pay.
To reopen a play that's failed and make a success of it is next to impossible, Joyce.
The play didn't fail, Chef. The only failure was mine. I can make that play a success.
You're very confident.
More than confident. I'm positive.
Why?
4 distinct reasons, any one of which is so important to me that it makes failure impossible. First, because I'm a good actress. Second, because Don must get his money back. Third, because I have an injured husband to support. He may not be able to walk for a year. And the last and the most important is that I found out how to break my jinx by paying my debt.
You know, it's a pity you're an actress, Miss Heath, because you're most convincing when you don't act. You're strong enough to start rehearsing Monday?
Yes.
Monday morning at 10, then.
Monday morning at 10. Goodbye, Chef.
You can go in now, Mr. Bellows.
Thank you.
Oh. Pardon the coincidence.
Joyce, what are you doing out of the hospital?
I'm much better. I've quite recovered.
I was coming to see you tonight. I was pretty rotten to you this afternoon.
You were frank.
You've got to forgive me, Joyce. You mustn't let it make any difference. Things will turn out right. We'll make them turn out right.
We can't. I'm going to be just as honest and frank as you were. You're no longer important to me, Don. Your importance ended when the show folded.
You mean that I was only the means to an end?
Yes?
I don't believe that.
Believe it or not, it's the truth. You might as well know it now. I'm sorry if I've hurt you, but we all get hurt sometimes.
Yes, we do. What hurts me most is that you're making yourself so cheap, Joyce.
Oh, no, I'm rather expensive. Remember what it cost you?
Goodbye, Joyce.
No. Miss Heath. Miss Heath, are you all right?
Yes, thank you. But to die in 39th week. Never before has a theater audience paid such tribute to an actress, both in acclaim and in attendance, as has been paid to Joyce Heath in her performance in But to Die. That's very flattering.
There's something else in the paper, Joyce. On the society page.
Oh, is there? Don Bellows weds Gail Armitage at noon today. That's just as it should be, isn't it, Gordon?
It's too late for the divorce to do any good. I'm sorry, Joyce.
There's not going to be any divorce. We're going to stay married, Gordon. How else can I take care of you?
Joyce, this means more than life to me.
That makes me very happy. Because I have a lifetime to pay back.
Our producer brings our stars back for a curtain call, and then we will make the announcement we mentioned earlier. Mr. DeMille.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, Madeline Carroll and Don Amici.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And goodbye.
Well, that was quick.
Well, I don't like to mince words either, Madeline, but I do like the idea of coming back after the play and splitting an infinitive or two with Mr. DeMille. Why the quick brush?
You've got me all wrong, Don. I'm just saying goodbye because I'll be leaving Hollywood in a few days on my way to London and Paris and Rome. In fact, I'm going with the Rising Tide. Walter Wanger just sent it to me wrapped up very beautifully in several cans.
Well, what do you think of that? Canned ocean.
What's the matter with Don, Mr. DeMille? He's twisting everything I say around.
Well, I think we're all getting a little twisted, Madeline. It couldn't be that you're the one who's just a little vague. After all, you just said that Walter Wanger...
Oh, I see. I'm taking a little too much for granted, I think. The Rising Tide is the name of my new picture.
Oh. You probably thought that one up while you were marooned at Malibu during the flood a few weeks back.
Oh, no, it's got nothing to do with water. It's a modern story based on what we read today in the headlines. With conditions as they are all over the world, Hollywood, I really believe, can help by making pictures that will indirectly promote better understanding. So I'm taking the Rising Tide abroad with me to find out how pictures of this type will be received and what we can do to make the screen a medium for world peace.
I can't imagine a lovelier ambassador.
Right. And I'm with you 100%, Madeline. Congratulations.
Thank you, gentlemen. And now, before I say goodbye in earnest, I want you to know, Mr. DeMille, how glad I am to find you well and back here in the Lux Radio Theater. And don't you dare get sick again. Both radio and the screen need your presence.
Well, I don't want to sound like the echo around here, but that goes for all the Amicis, too, C.B. Good night.
I'm very grateful to you both. Bon voyage, Madeline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline Carroll and Don Amici. And now, while we are waiting for Mr. DeMille to come back and tell us what has been planned for next week's performance, I'm going to make our special announcement to you. 2 weeks ago, I told you that the Lux Radio Theater would send 6, a full half dozen, original Roger Silver Plate full-size teaspoons, guaranteed by the International Silver Company, to any of our listeners for a remarkably low charge, as a special souvenir to the listeners of the Lux Radio Theater. As a result, an avalanche of requests has poured in, thousands upon thousands of them. And after the spoons were delivered, came the most enthusiastic letters telling us how delighted you ladies were to get these spoons and asking for additional half-dozens. Now, because we don't want a single listener to miss this opportunity, we are repeating our offer tonight. For, as one woman put it, it's the greatest bargain I have run into in ages. These teaspoons are made and guaranteed by the International Silver Company, the world's largest silversmiths. They are original Rogers silver plate with an extra heavy deposit of pure silver, reinforced plate on the part most often exposed to wear. Just let me read one sentence from the guarantee which accompanies each half-dozen spoons. Every piece is guaranteed to give satisfaction in family use and will be replaced without charge at any time it doesn't conform to this guarantee. Now, here's how to get these spoons. Have you your pencil ready? Now then, simply send the top from a large package of Lux. Print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper. Wrap 50 cents in coin in the paper and mail to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut. That's Lux, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. These spoons, of course, have no advertising of any kind on them and have been especially designed in an exclusive pattern called Allure. This pattern is new, dainty, and modern. Its delicate design sweeps gracefully from bowl to tip. It is not ornate, but has just enough design to add character to the sparkling beauty of the silver. I just wish you could see this set of 6 beautiful original Rogers silver plate teaspoons. Truly, they are magnificent. Now remember, first come, first served, so be sure and mail your request at once. When you get these full-size teaspoons, you will never cease wondering at the bargain you have received. You are paying only a trifle more than 8 cents a spoon, but of course the spoons are available only in sets of 6. Simply send the top from a package of Lux, large size. Print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper, wrap 50 cents in coin in the paper, and mail to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut, and you will receive the whole half-dozen spoons. You may have as many sets as you care for on this basis. And remember, these spoons are accompanied by a written guarantee from the world's largest silversmith, the International Silver Company. And more than that, Lux itself guarantees that these spoons will delight you. If they don't, if for any reason at all you are not pleased beyond your fondest expectations, simply return them, and your money will be refunded at once without question. And here's more news. Many local dealers have sales on Lux Flakes right now, so you can save money on buying Lux at the same time you obtain your teaspoons. So send the top from a package of Lux, large size, print your name and address clearly on a piece of paper, wrap 50 cents in coin in the paper, and mail to Lux, Meriden, Connecticut. That's Lux, Meriden, M-E-R-I-D-E-N, Meriden, Connecticut. This offer is good only in the United States. And now Mr. DeMille will tell us about next week's program.
The colorful pages of American history spring to life next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents The Prisoner of Shark Island. France had its Dreyfus case, and the United States the case of Dr. Samuel A. Mudd, falsely accused of complicity in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. How this young country doctor returned his nation's hatred with sacrifice and gallantry, and how justice at last triumphed make an unforgettable drama. I'm especially pleased to announce that the title role will be played by one of the most popular actors the screen has ever known, Gary Cooper. And with Mr. Cooper, we shall present Miss Fay Ray and Mr. Walter Connolly. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper, Fay Ray, and Walter Connolly in The Prisoner of Shark Island. And as a special guest, you'll hear Dr. Mudd's daughter, Mrs. Nettie Mudd Monroe. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting a new series starring Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin as Anne and James Wallace in The Marriage. When you look ahead, marriage promises to be a cavalcade of historic events. But when you look back on it, you sometimes find that the apparently uneventful has become the unforgettable. Any way you look at it, marriage remains the most popular domestic arrangement among friendly people. And that brings us to our story of Anne and James.
I don't know about this business of love at first sight. When I was introduced to Anne, I only thought that she was a nice girl with attractive eyes, and I said, "How do you do?" And I looked around the room for something with a little more yumph. I was very young. I left her at her door that night with a feeling of respect for her intelligence, which means, of course, that she'd listened prettily while I went over the fine points in the case of the State of New York versus Hutchins, Hogan, and Prosnick, which I was working on at the time. Very interesting case, too. Well, anyway, I walked to the subway and I forgot all about her. No one was more surprised than I when I called her in the morning and asked her for a date. And on that rainy night 3 weeks later in the hallway of her apartment house, if anybody had told me that I was going to ask her to marry me, well, I would have said he was crazy.
Good night, James.
Good night, Anne.
Good night, James.
Good night, Anne.
Oh, good night, James.
Good night, Anne.
You'd better go now, James. This time you'd really better.
Why? You worried about old what's-her-name, landlady?
Mrs. Grady? Well, she's awake. That's her radio.
Well, what of it?
A girl who lives alone has to be careful of her reputation.
Hee. How's your reputation?
James, stop that. With Mother coming to town tomorrow, I don't want Mrs. Grady giving her a lot of ideas.
Well, she can't do that. That's slander and defamation of character. Oh, I love that perfume. Don't ever use any other kind.
Oh, it's easy for you. You don't live here. I do. And you're not a single girl. I am.
I defy Mrs. Grady. Mrs. Grady, I defy...
James, please.
Sorry.
Let's say goodnight now. I mean, really. I'm so wet.
Look, come on. Stand over here. There. Now. Comfortable? Oh, how I hate apartment houses. When we get married, let's get a house. I don't care how small or how far away.
I beg your pardon?
What?
What did you just say?
Hate apartments like houses.
You mentioned marriage.
Oh, of course, married first. You can't just ignore convention.
James, dear, a girl likes to be asked.
Oh, but I took it for granted that you...
Well, that's just it.
Oh, well, then I better ask you.
That would be nice.
I don't think I'm going to be very good at this.
Try.
Well, here goes. Dear Anne, caught as I am between Mrs. Grady inside and the rain outside... No, forget about that. That's not right.
Well, it did sound a little as though you were trapped.
Anne, darling, if this was somewhere where it isn't, if the sun was shining and the birds sang instead of Mrs. Grady's radio, and I had my arm around you and we were alone, I'd kiss you and then I'd kiss you again. I'd tell you that I loved the color of your hair. And the way you laughed, and how gentle and wise you are. Does this sound as though I were taking inventory?
Go on.
And then, when I'd found the courage and the right words, I'd just come out and say it.
What would you say?
Anne, please marry me. Well?
You mean it's my turn?
You only have to say yes.
Is that all?
Well, I suppose you could say no. I'd rather you didn't.
Doesn't it matter whether I love you?
Oh, yes, of course. We'd better establish that first, because...
James, will you kiss me?
Well, don't be silly.
And now, good night, darling. Oh, I hope I have my key.
But you can't do that.
Can't a girl sleep on it? It's very late, and besides, I have to meet Mother early in the morning.
Anne, now I asked you. You have to answer. You can't just turn me off like a faucet. I've got to know where I stand.
In a puddle, darling.
Oh, no. You know what I mean.
James, Mother arrives tomorrow. I want you to meet her.
Yeah, but I'm proposing to you.
It's going to seem a little strange to her, my knowing you such a short time, and Well, she never approved of my coming to New York to begin with. And if Father had been alive, he would have forbidden it.
Why?
Well, after all, in Fitchburg, Massachusetts, New York is considered rather a dangerous place to send one's daughter all by herself, especially to study art. Mother's hardly reconciled to that. And now...
And if she doesn't like me, would that make a difference to you?
Of course it wouldn't make any difference to me.
Thank you, darling. Of course, it is possible that she could resist me.
Why do you insist that Mama will dislike you?
Well, it's just the circumstances. You pointed them out yourself. You know what I mean.
Are you sure there isn't something sinister about you that an inexperienced girl wouldn't notice, but that her mother would?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, middle-aged ladies usually like me very much.
Oh, don't brag.
Not bragging. I only try to reassure you. Anne, dear, I want to marry you more than anything else in the world. Now, do you or do you not feel the same way about me?
Must I answer yes or no, Counselor?
No, of course not.
Dear James. Dear impulsive man. I don't know you at all, really.
But you will.
No, don't interrupt. I don't know you at all. But even now, here in this shabby hallway with Mrs. Grady listening and the rain running off my collar and down my neck, I think I love you very, very much. Will that do?
Yes, Anne. Yes, that's terribly nice to know. I may burst with happiness.
I don't know what it was. This talk of marriage 3 weeks after meeting James was something I didn't expect. And yet, looking back, I think I had a feeling about him the moment we met at the party. James pretended to be so sophisticated and devil-may-care. Well, I just wanted to mother him. I don't know exactly when I stopped feeling simply maternal and got a younger feeling, when I started loving him. Well, I met the train from Fitchburg and told Mother I was thinking of marrying James. Oh, dear. Her face got set the way it had when I told her I was going to New York. Poor Mama. I knew that she was going to be hard on James. Even so, I couldn't wait to exhibit him. My James. But as that wouldn't be possible until the evening, I introduced her to my next most prized possession, my apartment.
Doesn't this wallpaper make you terribly depressed? I'd have the blues from morning till night.
No, I've been very happy with this wallpaper. I've been happy with everything for 3 weeks.
Yes, I know.
You're going to love him, Mama. I can't wait until tonight. Oh, look at the time. I'd better put these dishes away.
I just can't help wishing he was something besides a lawyer.
What's wrong with lawyers?
Well, lawyers always smoke cigars and wear dark gray suits.
James smokes a pipe, and I've never seen him in a dark gray suit.
Can't be much of a lawyer. And even if he is, they don't make good husbands.
Now, Mama, is that a fair thing to say?
Well, you can't tell me that a man can spend the day fooling around with loopholes and tricky language and then come home and give his wife a straight answer.
No. Oh, Mama.
You'll ask him why he's late for dinner, and he'll wherefore and whereas you till he's blue in the face.
Mama, stop it. You haven't even met him yet.
And I'd like to hear what your father would have said about your marrying a strange lawyer whom you've known for only 3 weeks, who claims to have a family up in Canada that nobody's ever seen.
Mother, you're being ridiculous.
Ridiculous, am I? You're ready to give away your life to a man you've known only 3 weeks. 21 days.
Well, it is an awfully short time, I admit.
For all you know, he may have a wife and children somewhere. All right, go on, laugh at me. But learning to live with another person is the most difficult thing in the world. Even with a man you've known for years, let alone 3 weeks.
I know, Mama.
Your father was a wonderful man in all the big ways, but there were little things about him that nearly drove me out of my mind. Just little things, but I had to live with them.
For instance?
Well, Oh, it sounds silly, but he used to put ketchup on his eggs. I never told him, but if there's anything that takes away my appetite, it's eggs with ketchup on them. It happened every morning of my married life, and I could never eat breakfast until lunchtime, and it wasn't funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mama.
Oh, it's things like that that make marriage unbearable when you find them out too late.
Well, it didn't make your marriage unbearable, did it? You always said Father was a devoted husband.
Yes, but I might have found a devoted husband who wasn't devoted to ketchup on his eggs.
But, Mama...
Oh, this man might have habits that would make you miserable. You'll be married a long time, dear. And a long time with the wrong man is... Well, it's a long time.
Yes. Yes, it is. Mama, I'm going to be sensible about it. Yes, I'm going to find out a lot more about James. You know something, Mama?
What, dear?
I must have been more worried about this than I thought because suddenly I feel relieved.
When I left Anne that night after proposing, I couldn't wait to get home and tell Tony. I was walking on air. Well, for 2 blocks, anyway. Then the elation suddenly evaporated in the cold night air, and the events of the hallway became unreal, and I was alone with the disconcerting fact that I'd asked a girl to be my wife. I got butterflies in the stomach, big apprehensive ones with wildly flapping wings. Why hadn't I kept my big mouth shut? At least until I considered the consequences. I was scared stiff. I crept into bed, trying not to wake Tony, but, well, sleep was impossible. Take it in the first place. As some men just have to face it. 3 o'clock.
What did you say?
Oh, you awake, Tony?
Awake? You know, Junior, when I agreed to share this one-room paradise with you, I didn't bargain for your nightmare. It's eating you anyway.
Tony, I feel terrible.
Hey, wait, I'll turn on the light. Why don't you take a bicarb or a couple of aspirins?
Oh, wish it were that easy. Tony, this is serious. I asked Anne to marry me.
And then what'd she say?
I don't want to get married. I'm not ready.
Easy, Junior. We all have to go sometime.
What got into me? Why did I ask her? I can't get married now and take on all that responsibility. I must have been out of my...
Now, let's not get excited.
How am I going to get out of it? It'll break her heart.
Then I take it she said yes.
No, not yet. I'm sure she's going to. And then what am I going to do?
Marry her.
What? You're the guy who always said that when a man becomes a husband, he stops being an individual.
Oh, I say a lot of things. I'm very clever.
You remember that night on the subway when you picked out the married men by the way they looked? Depressed, harried, shabby.
Yeah. We were real wise guys, weren't we?
Tony, you're not helping me. I thought I could count on you, but...
Sure. I said, and I still say, if a man marries the wrong girl, it's the end of him as an individual. Okay.
That's what I said you said.
But if he marries the right girl, it may be just the beginning. Sometimes it works out. Some of my best friends are married. My mother and father, for instance. And didn't you tell me your parents were happy?
Yes, but my father was the type who needs to get married to be happy.
What type are you, Junior?
Tony, I'm not what I seem. You know, conventional, conscientious, disciplined. Underneath, in me, anyway, there's a streak of primitive wildness.
Oh, no.
Tony, this is very serious. Honestly, I don't think I'm the type to be satisfied with a domestic life.
Why not? Even Tarzan had a mate.
Oh, stop kidding me, will you? I'm sorry I ever started this.
Don't be sorry. Maybe you're right. Could be you're a born bachelor, and that's it.
Then I'm back where I started. And what am I going to do about Anne? I kill her when I tell her I've changed my mind.
I don't think it will.
Tony, she's crazy about me.
Maybe. But she's a good-looking girl. She won't be heartbroken for long.
Oh, Anne's not a coquette, Tony. When that girl gives her heart, she gives it for keeps.
Maybe, but don't worry about it. One of those handsome models she meets in art school might find a way to make her forget.
Oh, no, not Anne. No, she's not impressed with muscle.
Okay. So she'll meet some brilliant artist. She'll have more in common with an artist than a lawyer anyway.
Oh, I don't know. Some artists are practically inarticulate.
I won't argue the point, Counselor. I'm going back to sleep. Try it yourself.
No. You can never be happy with an artist.
Go to sleep.
Too level-headed.
Good night, Jim.
Good night. Tony.
Yes, Junior? What now?
Tony, if we get married before your vacation, will you be my best man?
Mama, please promise me you'll be nice to James when he gets here.
Of course I'll be nice to him. Why shouldn't I be?
I know, but don't be too polite.
Well, now, maybe I'd better not meet him at all.
Oh, Mother.
Of course, I warn you that I mean to find out something about any man who wants to marry my daughter.
Well, naturally, Mama, but please be discreet.
He needn't think that because you have no father, he can pull the wool over people's eyes.
He's not trying to pull the wool over anything.
Don't tell me about lawyers, dear. After all, everybody knows that
Oh, there he is. Now, please, Mama, please keep an open mind. I'm sure you'll find James charming.
Go on and let the man in.
I can tell by the gleam in your eye, but...
All right, I'll let him in.
No, I'll get it.
Anne, your slip showing.
Oh.
Anne, darling.
Hello, James.
How could I ever have doubted?
James, no, not now. I mean, there's Mother.
Mother? Oh, of course, your mother. How is she?
Very well, thank you.
Mother, this is James. James, this is Mother.
How do you do, Mr. Wallace?
How do you do, Mrs. Caldwell? Can't tell you what a pleasure it is to meet you at last. I've looked forward to this for such a long time.
3 weeks.
Well, Anne has told me so much about you, I feel I know you.
Yes, that's very nice. Anne, dear, could I see you in the other room for just a moment?
No, Mother.
Yes, please excuse us, Mr. Wallace. It's just a little family matter.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Mama, did you have to do that?
Close the door.
What is it, Mama?
You never told me he was so short.
Oh, Mama.
You can't trust short men. They always have chips on their shoulders.
5'7" is not really short, and besides, a man's height has got nothing to do with anything.
Your Uncle Jonathan, who ran away with the elephant girl,
I'm not staying around another second. Are you coming out there with me, or shall I go alone?
Your Uncle Jonathan was only
I'm opening the door, Mama.
But I'm just trying to take the place of your father, that's all.
Well, that little morsel of feminine business is over with. Sorry, James.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
You know how women are, Mr. Wallace.
Oh, of course.
Are there many women in your family?
Well, not in my immediate family. I have no sisters.
Oh, then you don't know how women are.
Well, I guess I don't.
I was just wondering because you said you did.
Would anyone care for a cup of tea?
I'd love one.
What about you, Mother?
Not just now, thanks, dear.
I believe I'll join you, James.
Oh, good. Just a little milk.
There.
Thank you.
Perhaps Mr. Wallace would care for something a little stronger, dear.
Oh, no, this is fine.
Oh, come now, Mr. Wallace. Wouldn't you rather have whiskey? You don't have to stand on ceremony with me.
Really, Mrs. Caldwell,
James
I rarely...
doesn't drink whiskey, Mother. But I may start any minute. James, have one of these cookies. I think you'll like them.
Oh, they look delicious. Thank you. Well, Mrs. Caldwell, this is your first trip to New York?
Oh, my, no.
I think New York is just a bit too noisy for Mother's taste. She's a farm girl at heart.
Well, I can appreciate that. When I was a boy, I used to spend my summers in a farm in Saskatchewan. Stayed with my aunt. Never forget those days. Something wonderful about a farm, isn't there, Mrs. Caldwell?
All there is to a farm is a lot of hard work.
Yes, of course, but I mean, the kind of work that keeps you young and strong.
It killed my mother at the age of 58.
Anne, could I possibly have another cup of tea?
Oh, certainly. Mother, are you sure you don't care for anything?
No, thank you, dear. Mr. Wallace, how is it that
How about a cookie, Mother? They're very good.
No, thank you, dear. Mr. Wallace, I understand.
Would you like me to make you a sandwich? I have some cheese.
I'm not hungry, dear. Mr. Wallace...
Excuse me, Mrs. Caldwell, but why don't you just try calling me James?
I will, Mr. Wallace. Just as soon as it feels comfortable for me to do so.
Oh, yes.
You didn't know that I had such an old-fashioned mother, did you, James?
Well, you know what they say, old-fashioned things are the best things.
Really? I never heard anyone say that.
No? Oh, I thought it was quite a well-known saying. I've heard it often. I believe I've read it, too. I can't remember just where. Anne, could I have some more tea?
Certainly.
I was about to ask, Mr. Wallace, what brought you to New York?
Well, I came here on a visit while I was at law school.
Harvard, incidentally, Mother.
Oh? That's nice.
Yes. I came down on a visit, and I just fell in love with this city. I was fascinated by the idea of living in the midst of so many millions of people. Don't know whether that makes any sense.
So I know what you mean. It's a perfect city to hide in.
James wasn't... Mother, James wasn't looking for a place to hide in.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting that he was looking for a place to hide. I was just making an observation. Tell me, Mr. Wallace, I hear that New York is overloaded with lawyers. Can a young man really make a living here?
Well, I think
by living, I mean 8,000 to 12,000 a year.
Well, I tell you, Mrs. Caldwell,
Mother,
it's not...
I hate to interrupt this interesting conversation, but we've run out of tea.
Yes, well, all right, go ahead, dear, and make some more. Mr. Wallace and I have lots to talk about.
Yes.
Oh, that's the point. I need him in the kitchen to open a jar of olives.
Well, I don't like olives, thank you.
They're for James. He loves olives.
Will you excuse me, please, Mrs. Caldwell?
Oh, certainly. Andy, we need more hot water.
Hot water? I'm in it up to my hairline.
Oh, James, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. How do you feel?
So I just lost 2 falls out of 3.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry. I had no idea she'd act this way.
She'd only stop calling me Mr. Wallace.
She's never been like this before. She's really very sweet.
I'm sure she must be.
She's terribly worried because we've only known each other 3 weeks. You must try to understand.
Believe me, I'm trying. But have you any idea what it feels like to sit there and be taken apart?
Now, don't make it worse than it is, James.
Have you any idea what it feels like to be
You just
questioned?
asked that question.
Well, this is a nerve-wracking experience.
James, are you sure you aren't dramatizing it just a little bit?
I never dramatize anything.
Well, never mind. It's perfectly normal to dramatize.
I don't care whether it's normal. I don't do it.
Oh, you have a temper.
Anne, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that about you.
I wouldn't say that I had an abnormal temper.
Perhaps not. Still, you have a temper.
Anne, how long have you had this habit of repeating things?
You see how little we know each other. You see?
I'm sorry, Anne. I guess I'm upset. Anne, when are you going to answer my question? Will you marry me?
Oh, James. Mother was right. There are so many things that people must know about each other if they are to have a happy marriage.
That isn't true. If they love each other, they can work everything out.
That isn't realistic. What about the little things?
What little things? Children?
No. Suppose you're grumpy in the morning or don't like canaries or something. Do you like canaries?
No, I don't.
You see? There you are.
Why, do you like canaries?
Of course not. But suppose I did. Just suppose I were mad about canaries and you couldn't stand them. We'd be miserable, don't you see?
Anne, come here.
No, James. This is very important. This is something we must stop and be very cool-headed about. Tomorrow evening, you and I are going to sit down and find out all the things about each other that we haven't discussed. Agreed?
Oh, Anne, why do we have to go through... Oh, all right. Agreed.
Now, James, we must have an objective and logical conversation. Is that understood?
Yes, Miss Caldwell.
You're being facetious.
No, Miss Caldwell. Just good-natured.
James, if something that's important to me is just a joke to you, then there's something seriously wrong between us.
All right, dear. Actually, I think it's important, too.
Oh, I hope you do. I really hope so. Now, I've made a list of things, and if you think of anything else, just ask.
Right. You comfortable in that chair, darling?
Please, James, there will be no affection.
Sorry. By the way, where's your mother?
She's out shopping.
More likely a police headquarters, seeing if I have a record.
James, you're being frivolous.
No, darling. Simply apprehensive.
Now, let's look at the situation dispassionately.
I'm sure we agree on everything.
Well,
I feel it.
That's what we're here to find out. Now, 1, do you sleep with a window open? Well?
Do you?
You must tell me.
Oh, I always have the window open.
You do?
Well, always. How about you?
I can't sleep if there's a draft.
You can't?
No.
Well, after all, what's a little thing like a window? We can always close...
No, James. No, don't make light of it. It's an important difference between us.
I suppose so.
It's vital to find out these things now. Now, let's go on.
That's probably the only point on which we disagree.
2, Are you untidy in the home? I mean, do you drop things all over the place, or do you like to be neat at all times?
Oh. Suppose I've got to be honest.
You must.
At home, I'm a pig.
See.
But I could change so easily.
Oh, no. It's easy to say so. But we can't change our personalities.
Anne, we can compromise.
Compromises never work. Now, do you like modern furniture or period?
Well, that's easy. Period, of course. Just looking at that modern stuff makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, James! What a narrow-minded attitude to take. We must go forward, move with the times.
Forward? I've sat on stumps that had more grace than...
No. I'm sorry, but a person who prefers archaic period furniture to the clean lines of the future must be old-fashioned and stuffy.
Oh, now, listen to us.
It's no use pretending. We don't agree on anything. We'd never get along. It'd be ketchup and eggs on a bigger scale.
What was that?
Ketchup and eggs.
Oh, I like ketchup and eggs.
You see, we'd irritate each other to death, and don't say we could change. We couldn't be happy. We'd be uncomfortable. You know it.
Oh, I don't know. None of those things strikes me as critical. By the way, don't you like ketchup with eggs?
No, I don't. You see how irritating it would be to face such differences when there's no escape?
All right, Anne. You win. Let's just call it off. Perhaps you're right. If you are, we're lucky we found out about the differences in time.
We've been very sensible.
We certainly have. You know, Anne, you're a very bright girl. Very pretty one, too. Actually, what we've done is unusually intelligent.
Yes, it
I felt
is.
very depressed about it at first, but... Oh, I love that perfume. But now that it's over, well, it's a great relief.
Yes, I know what you mean. It was something that had to be done.
You're right, darling. Absolutely right.
No matter how painful.
Yes, and Anne, now that we've done it...
What?
Can I have an answer? Will you marry me?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes.
And so the marriage took place.
And we moved into a modern house.
With some 18th century furniture.
And closed bedroom windows. Good night, James.
Good night, darling.
This was the first episode of The Marriage, a new radio series starring Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin as Anne and James Wallace. Anne's mother was played by Muriel Bremner. Tony was played by Charles Flynn. Music was conducted by Joseph Galicchio and composed by Emil Soderstrom. The Marriage was directed by Milton Merlin and presented by the National Broadcasting Company.
This retreat revolves around the practical suggestion of every day making a holy hour. I trust it will not be difficult to convince you of its importance and value. It certainly was very difficult for our Lord to ever convince his first bishops about the Eucharist. Let us review two scenes. We do not often think of our blessed Lord talking about the Eucharist to the Gentiles, but he did. There are not many subjects on which our blessed Lord told the same to the Gentiles that he did to the Jews. Whenever we speak of the Eucharist and quote it, we always refer to chapter 6 of St. John. This was to the Jews. Now, he's trying to convince them that there's something else besides human bread. So he tests them. Where are we to find bread to feed these? There are three answers. None of them said, but you're Lord. You just said you're the bread of life. If you're the bread of life, then you can give bread. Remember that he told Martha, I am the resurrection. She didn't believe in the resurrection of Lazarus. So when our blessed Lord said, where are we going to get bread? To see if they really believed in what he had said. First of all, the theologians answered. The theologians, send them away to the villages to find food. We can't bother with this social problem. Then there was the economist, Philip. Well, Philip quickly added it up on his computer, and he discovered that 300 pennyworth would not be enough to feed a crowd like that. Andrew, of course, always interested in public relations, hurries around the crowd to see if anybody has bread. He finds a boy who has some bread in a basket and some fishes. But he said, well, these are not enough. Our blessed Lord starts with what they have and begins the distribution of the bread to the people. Then he talks to them in detail about the Eucharist. I am the bread of life. And he also enunciates something that we do not often think about. It might be well to use it sometimes at a funeral. What is the assurance, for example, of immortality in the future life? It is the Eucharist. We need not always, for the faithful, go into a long rational explanation of the immortality of the soul. Our blessed Lord, in the 51st verse, says, I am that living bread which came down from heaven, and if anyone eats of this bread, he shall live forever. This is the assurance of immortality. Our daily Eucharist. But not only living forever, even this world, and I give it for the life of the world. After this miracle of the loaves and fishes, immediately tremendous enthusiasm. They want to make him king. They'd already said he's a great prophet. Now they want to make him king. No one said anything about being a priest or a savior. They left that out. And our blessed Lord sees that his apostles are caught up in this wave of popularity. And he's afraid that they're going to be so much swayed by it that they will lose the truth that he has taught. And he says, get away from this place. Get in your boats. Cross the lake. We are not here for the sake of popularity. I am not a bread king that feeds gullets. So they depart for the other side of the lake. This was the Eucharist to the Jews. Now, little known or spoken about is his, and see what a difficult time he has to convince the disciples of the Eucharist. As a matter of fact, what happened when he announced the Eucharist to the Jews? Three things happened. First of all, he lost the masses because he refused to be a bread king, and they left them and went into the mountains alone. Secondly, he lost disciples. The Eucharist causes a loss of disciples. And they said, "This saying is hard." And they left and walked with him no more. He didn't say, "Oh, I'll change it a bit. Beyond." And thirdly, he split his apostolic band, as we shall see tonight. It was seemingly a lost task to make them believe in the bread of life. Now comes the Eucharist. As regards the Gentiles, it is in Mark. And in the 7th chapter, verse 31, he crossed over to the territory of the 10 towns, Decapolis. There were 10 Gentile towns. Here he cures the deaf man and uses the word epipheta. They had no food. Same as in the Jewish situation. And he said to them, "I feel sorry for these people. They've been with me nearly 3 days and have nothing to eat. If I send them home unfed, they will faint on the way, and some of them have come a great distance." Now the disciples, who had already heard his long discourse on the plains of the lake, now said, "Well, how can anyone provide bread in this lonely place?" He said, "How many loaves have you?" They said, 7. So he ordered the people to sit down on the ground, and he took the 7 loaves, giving thanks, broke the bread, gave it to his disciples to distribute, and they served it out to the people. There were a few small fishes also, which he blessed and ordered them to distribute. They ate all to their heart's content. Same thing is said in the miracle before the Jews. Now suppose our blessed Lord distributed 1 million banknotes that were worth in our currency $50,000. Do you think that any one of those would have said, "Satis Domine, that's all I want"? When he gives them bread, there was a limit. They had their fill. We can have our fill of the physical, but not the fill always of tokens. And they all ate to their heart's content, and 7 baskets were filled with the scraps left over. The people numbered about 4,000. There were 5,000 in the other group. And without delay, he dismissed them and went to the district of Talamuta. Now, while they're in the boat, the Gospel says, they had forgotten to take bread with them. They had only 1 loaf in the boat. After this miracle of the multiplication of loaves and fishes, they get into the boat, and the apostles say, and the Lord had multiplied the bread. Twice they had seen him multiply the bread and fishes. And they get in, and they say, "We don't have any bread." There's a tremendous amount of humor and insight into this verse. There was only 1 loaf in that boat. That was Christ himself. And he began to warn them because they were asking for bread. "Be on your guard against the leaven of the Pharisees and the leaven of Herod." The Jews did not use leaven in their bread. So the leaven of the Pharisees and the leaven of Herod was the leaven of a kingdom of God without the spiritual. So he warns them against it. And then they began speaking among themselves, and they said, "Does he say this because we have no bread?" And knowing what was in their minds, he asked them. Now our Lord becomes angry. Why do you talk about having no bread? Have you no inkling yet? Do you still not understand? Are your minds closed? You have eyes. Can you not see? You have ears. Can you not hear? Have you forgotten? When I broke the 5 loaves among the 5,000, how many basketfuls of scraps did you pick up? 12, they said. And how many when I broke the 7 loaves among the 4,000? They answered 7. He said, still you do not understand? No. They did not understand. And then the night of the Last Supper, they come in and they quarrel for first seats at table. Our Lord then institutes the sacrament, passes it on to us and to the church. And he prepares, even after the resurrection, for us to understand a new kind of presence. Here he was trying to teach the apostles that beyond the bread there was bread. After he had come from the grave, notice 4 lessons that he teaches. First of all, to Mary Magdalene. She was not believing in the resurrection. She came as spices to anoint a dead body. When she and the other women discover an empty tomb, they go and tell Peter and John, and what does Peter say? It's a woman's tale. You know how women are. Believing everything. But our Lord only appeared to those who had some knowledge of him. The proof of the resurrection starts not with the empty tomb. It starts with the cross. And the angels always announced, you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. That's where we start. It is the crucified man who rises, not this man rise from the dead. Seed falling to the ground rises from the dead. Now our Lord appears in his risen form to Mary Magdalene. She thinks it's a gardener. There is one interesting sentence in John. In the place where they crucified him, there was a garden. Possibility of resurrection, new life in the springtime. She thinks it's a gardener. She throws herself at his feet. She's always at his feet. She's at his feet in Simon's house. She's at his feet on the cross. In the resurrection, she's at his feet again. And she throws her arms about him, his feet, and our blessed Lord says, do not touch me yet. Yet. That is the important word. In other words, Mary, you think the only appearance and only presence that I'm going to have is physical? There's another presence. I've not yet ascended to my Father. And after my ascension, you will discover another presence. Then you will touch me. And it'll be a far more intimate touch than the touch of flesh. See, our Lord did not say that she was not to touch, but yet. For there would be another kind of touch later on, which would be far more intimate, namely the possession of herself by Christ and Christ by herself. As in marriage, the peak of unity is the union of husband and wife in one flesh. So in communion, it's the soul and Christ in one ecstasy of love. Here is the first instance of a new kind of presence. That afternoon, our Lord appears to the disciples on the way to Emmaus. He speaks to them, reveals Scripture, reveals the law of the priest-victim, and they recognized him at the breaking of the bread, which is always the Eucharist in Scripture. And at the moment that they recognize him, he disappears. Once they have the certitude, this is Christ, then the physical disappears. The third instance was on the week after the resurrection. The apostles are out in the boat fishing, 7 of them. Our Lord is standing at the shore. There's a fire, and he has bread and fish. Where did the bread and fish come from? Here is the risen Christ. Is he still multiplying the bread and fish? St. Augustine says, Piscis ossus Christus passus. It represented the passion of Christ. Now, John is the first one to recognize him. And he comes, and then later on, all of the other apostles come. And when they do come, notice now what is said. And I do not find it immediately here, but the Gospel tells us that they knew who it was, that it was the Lord, but they dared not ask him, for they knew. So in the presence of the Eucharistic Lord, we do not ask for reasons, we do not say, it is you. Somehow or other, we know that it is the Lord. The fourth resurrection appearance, to confirm it, is Thomas that evening. And Thomas would not believe. Our blessed Lord then gave him the proof and said, Thomas, blessed are they who have not seen and who believe. The resurrection, therefore, is very closely united with a new kind of presence of Christ in his church. And what it demands is transparency. Is it any harder for us in this very hour to discover the presence of the Eucharistic Lord than it was for the apostles to discover divinity behind his humanity? They were not convinced. They went back fishing. It was only at Pentecost, when the Spirit came, that they were ultimately convinced. And then through the flesh, though Peter, at the moment when he received this light from heaven, did confess Christ the Son of God. So it took a light to go behind the flesh. It takes a light to go behind the bread to discover the Eucharist. And probably an equal faith is required on the part of us in the post-resurrection church that was required by the apostles at the very moment when they were with him. The Eucharist then becomes for us a localization, a thou place. That's what it is. A very personal presence. For example, we have many who will say to us, oh, well, the Eucharist the Lord is everywhere. Sure, but there are different kinds of presences. I was once giving a talk in an auditorium in St. Louis, and there were, 10 or 12,000 people in the hall, and after the lecture, About 500 came up on the stage. And one man said, I have a daughter-in-law who refuses to come into the church, and she's had 2 courses of instruction. And I said, what is the trouble? And he says, I think it's the Eucharist. Is she here in the hall? Yes, she's there. Well, there was a park bench on the back of the stage. So this woman and I sat down on the back of the stage, and the 500 sat around to listen to the conversation. I said, I understand you do not believe in the Eucharist. She said, no. And I said, you know what it means, don't you? The presence of Christ. Yes. I said, are you married? She said, yes. Where's your husband? Korea. Does he write to you? Yes, 3 times a week. You have a picture of him? Yes, many about the house. You have any children? Yes. Do they look like him? Yes. Do his parents come to visit you? Yes, once or twice a week. I said, my dear lady, what more do you want? Well, she said, I want my husband. Oh, I said, you want a presence. And the Holy Spirit illumined her mind at that moment, and she saw the truth. We become used to the Eucharist as husbands become used to beautiful wives, and they begin to take them for granted. Love has to be earned, and earned from day to day. As husbands can pay little attention to a wife, so we can pay little attention to the Lord. And one of the purposes of the Eucharist, you see, is to supply digestion after a sacrifice. We consume the body and blood of Christ, but is there not a spiritual digestion that takes place in His presence? Is marriage only the union of husband and wife in the marriage act? Is the Eucharist only just simply communion with Christ in the Mass? Or in marriage, is there not also a companionship of love, a communication of words and thoughts and affections? Shall not there also be in the church this presence of Christ? He is everywhere, yes, but there are localizations of presence. And see how, for instance, Solomon brings forth this fact when he anointed, and rather when he dedicated his great temple. He begins by professing the universality of God's presence. Then he says, but will God dwell indeed with men on earth? Behold, heaven and earth cannot contain thee. How much less the house that I have built? Yet have regard to the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplication, O Lord my God, hearkening to the prayer and cry which thy servant prays before thee, that thy eyes may be open day and night toward this house, the place where thou hast promised to set thy name, that thou mayest hearken to the prayer which thy servant offers toward this place, and hearken thou to the supplications of thy servant and of thy people Israel when they pray toward this place. Yet hear thou from heaven thy dwelling place, and when thou hearest, forgive. The universality of God does not destroy the localization of His presence. and how often unbelievers become converted simply by the presence of the Eucharistic Lord. Some non-Catholics will come into a church and they will say, oh, it's different. I remember once I went down from Louvain to Paris to preach. And I was in a little hotel near the Opera Comique, and there was an Englishman playing the piano and playing it well. And I congratulated him, and then I suggested that we go to dinner, and he said, but I've never eaten with a priest or met a priest before in my life. I suggested that we were just like anyone else. Stick a priest with a pin, he jumps too. So we went to dinner, and then he presented to me a moral problem. He said, I have never met in my life one good man or one good woman. That gave me an occasion to thank him for the compliment. Then he went on and to tell me, he said, I picked up a woman in this restaurant. A year ago, this coming 11th of February, she was trying to break a lump of sugar in a cup of coffee. Wasn't able to do it. So I broke it. She said her husband was mean to her. I said, all right, come and live with me. Well, I get tired of them all after 12 months. Her time is up, so I packed up all of her clothes and left them with the concierge. She anticipated my move, and she gave me this letter. Dear puppy, unless you refuse to continue living with me until our anniversary, I shall commit suicide. Now, may I prevent suicide by permitting her to live with me? And I said, no, one, she will not commit suicide, and two, you may not do evil, the good may come from it. Got to be near midnight. He said, I will take you home. No, I said, I'm going to Montmartre. There's a Basilica of the Sacred Heart there, where every single night there are 1,000 men spending their lives, their hours in prayer. They have wives, they're good wives. They have children, they're good children. Come with me. He was a diamond merchant. Reluctantly he came. He said, what'll I do? Will I kneel? Will I sit? How long will I have to stay? He had no faith whatever. And I said, I will leave when you want to leave, but I intend to stay all night. I read Mass the next morning when the sun came up over Paris. He stayed. And then on the way down, he said, will you stay in Paris and teach me to be good? This single night, which was so different from the other nights of his life, was enough to convince him that there is goodness in the world, and there are good people. The Eucharist is a kind of a radioactive thing. It shoots out rays. And if all of our sermons were prepared here, talking to the Lord, if all our problems were brought here, how much better would be our solutions. One of the great regrets at the end of our life will be that he was so near, he was so far away. And it's the test of faith. I have a 3-room apartment. I have a bedroom. I have what would have been a bedroom in the apartment, which I converted into a chapel with a real presence. And I have a living room and a tiny, tiny little kitchen where I try to do my own cooking. God help me, it's awful. So that I must pass 100 times a day the Eucharistic presence. I prepare all of my sermons there. Begin saying, dear Lord, what do you want me to talk about today? Give me an idea. Shall I say this? Shall I say that? The inspiration comes. I'll answer this difficulty. I'll answer that. You will be surprised what a tremendous transformation it will make in your life. So the Lord found it hard to convince us bishops at the beginning. understand. That will perhaps always be the mystery of the church. That we have never quite grasped that presence that continues in a different way. And you will thank me at the end of your life for this daily holy hour. But I do not want the thanks. I just want to see more and more brought before the Eucharistic Lord. For He is our Christ, He is our Savior, He is our Redeemer, He is our love. And we have to be in love. And we can love only a person. That love we fall just short of in our love is the Christ who is Emmanuel. Well, this is the first conference that I will have given with sound effects. Can you hear me in the gallery? In the first conference, I suggested that there were two extremes in the church. Now remember, they are extremes. One extreme we called the neurotic, that were interested in the real but not in the ideal. And the others were the psychotics, who were interested in the ideal and not the real. I'm going to develop those two ideas today because, first of all, there is a great concern about what is called activism, though no one ever speaks of pacifism. And if there is one, there could conceivably be the other. First of all, activism. There are a number of secondary and tertiary authors who develop these themes. Ultimately, however, the activist principle, which leaves out the spiritual to a great extent, or would consider it solely for the individual, they derive their inspiration from Marx. I do not blame the heavens for protesting at the mention of that name. So let me tell you something about the philosophy of Marx, because so many fall into this extreme without really knowing the inspiration of it all. So we'll skip the secondary authors and just get to the roots. Marx, first of all, as you know, was a Jew, but he was baptized a Christian. And he became a Satanist. That is not generally known. But at the age of 19, he wrote a little treatise on Satanism, which the communists have very much tried to make us forget. The first basic principle, because he has two, the first basic principle of activism is man is alienated from himself, from his real nature, in two ways. First of all, by private property. Secondly, by religion. Man's nature is destroyed by private property because he is subject to an employer. And he has no rights of his own. He is alienated from his true nature because he's subject to God by religion. Now, says Marx, if you are ever to restore a man to his true dignity, you must do away with private property, and you must do away with religion. You see, the two of them are tied up together. It is wrong to say that the socialism as Marx is indifferent to religion. It is not. Once you understand these two principles. Now, the second principle of Marx was that the individual amounts to nothing. It is only the party, the group, the community that matters. That is why you will have in Article 123 and 124 of the Soviet Constitution these principles. Freedom of press, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech are recognized for all Soviet citizens, provided they support the Soviet system. Well, suppose you do not want to support the Soviet system. Then you lose your individual liberty, because it is only the opinion of the party that matters. Article 124, there was recognized for all Soviet citizens freedom of religious worship and freedom of anti-religious propaganda. You can worship if you can find a church, but you dare not preach. You dare not publish. You dare not gather children to teach them, because that's propaganda, and the right of anti-propaganda belongs to the state. It's taken a long time for Marxism to get out of Russia, and really to get into the church. But it finally has. And anyone who's made a study of it can see it. It appears, for example, in the statement that, well, society alone matters, personal sins are of no consequence. Now, that is the basic principle of activism. We will come back to it later on. If we have many who do not want, for example, to do pastoral work, who feel that the reason they were ordained was to become socially engaged, if we have many who are on that extreme or in that extreme, we also have others who are at another extreme. And there may be more on the other side. They are the ones who are concerned with individual piety, with liturgy, to the exclusion almost of any kind of social interest. The pastor would not visit, for example, his people, would not be concerned with those who are not practicing their faith, or with the sick. These will sometimes use liturgy as an excuse. Well, they're celebrating their Mass, they're conducting church services, but they are not doing very much for souls. As a matter of fact, sometimes it might be well. I have known some pastors in the States whom I believe should have been buried upside down to give their other end a rest. And apropos of this passism, listen to the rain. The prophet Amos, in chapter 5, verse 21. This is God speaking, I despise your feasts. I take no delight in your solemn assemblies. Even though you offer me burnt offerings and cereal offerings, I will not accept them. Take away from me the noise of your songs, the melody of your harps. I will not listen. But let justice roll down like waters. What a magnificent text. Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. See how the Lord is condemning those who are just simply staying in the temple and not visiting with the people? And again, Isaiah. When you come to appear before me, who requires of you this trampling of my courts? Bring me no more vain offerings. Incense is an abomination to me. I cannot endure iniquity and solemn assembly. Your new moons, your appointed feasts, my soul hates. They have become a burden to me. I will not listen. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean. Cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice. Correct oppression, defend the fatherless, and plead for the widow. So we have in the church two extremes. Superactivity and super inactivity. They're both wrong. How are we ever to strike a mean? Well, I think first of all, by taking a lesson from the Mount of the Transfiguration. When our blessed Lord took the three disciples, Peter, James, and John, to the Mount of Transfiguration, He revealed His nature as it will be in glory. Incidentally, I wonder if this was not the real way that the human nature of our Lord would have appeared. You just cannot put an electric light inside of an alabaster vase. If it's cheap, it's a vase. If it's expensive, it's a vase. You cannot put an electric light inside of an alabaster vase without that vase glowing. You cannot put divinity inside of a human nature without that human nature glowing. I think that our blessed Lord, in a certain sense, had to repress the incandescence, the radiation of a divinity in His human nature. Now, the Heavenly Father speaks to Him and sends Him on the way to Jerusalem. When Peter, James, and John see the Lord with His face shining like the sun and His garments white as snow, Peter said, "Lord, it's wonderful to be here. Let's have a solemn assembly. Let's build tents. One for Thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elijah. This is religion. This glory. Here we are alone on the mount. Let's stay here." And what does the gospel say? Peter did not know what he was saying. Peter represented, and the other disciples for the moment, those who believe in a kind of a spiritual isolation. And our blessed Lord now, after the Transfiguration, takes them down from that mountain and takes them down to a valley. And down in that valley is a distraught father with a demonic child. And around the father and the child was the church. 9 apostles. 9. Now, these men were the activists, as it were. They were concerned with the poor. They were concerned with disease. They were concerned with the mental harassment of the father. And when our blessed Lord appeared, the father went up to our Lord and said, "Will you drive the devil out of my son?" And our Lord drove out the devil. And the apostles round about, who were so very busy trying to get rid of the demonic, trying to heal, they finally said to our Lord, "Why couldn't we drive him out?" Our Lord said, "Because you have no faith. That's what's wrong with you. No faith. And all your activism and all your attempting to drive out this disease will be ineffectual." So in the Mount of the Transfiguration, there is the ecstasy, and down below the action. This is the way to combine the two. The ecstasy, the union with Christ, prayer, and then down to the valley with activity. So the reconciliation of the two extremes is, before we are active, we have to be profoundly spiritual. Otherwise, the activity is busybodyism. Listen, I went into a place where there were 40,000 almost homeless people. Terrible poverty. Something had to be done for them. So I went to the government and I said, "I will give you a church, I will give you a school, I'll give you a rectory, I'll give you a convent, I'll give you land, I'll give you everything if you'll only start housing for these people. Establish a beachhead here, build houses, and then run through the rest of these hovels." Received all the due permissions from Rome, the apostolic delegates, and everywhere else. Announced it. And to protest. Some went out to one of the non-Catholic schools and got girls in cars and protested that we were giving away a parish. As a matter of fact, there weren't over 30 people attending it on Sunday. And then there began a general protest against this kind of aid from the part of activists. So when I withdrew the offer, then because this was a moment when everybody was interested in the inner city, you have no idea the wave that swept of America about 10 years ago. No priest wanted to be in a parish. They had to be down with the blacks. They had to be down with the Chicanos. They had to be down with the poor. They couldn't be staying in rectories. The office was flooded with them. We've got to go down into these places. So he sent them down. Today, you can't find one who will go. The mood was over. Oh, they would quote this man, quote that man. And now the church stands deserted. City now wouldn't even take it. And how many of those in that kind of work have left the priesthood and the sisterhood? I said to one sister, "How long has it been since you really prayed?" She said, "About 6 months." So the balance is profound spirituality before there is any kind of activism. Too often, an intense passion for social action, social justice, is covered up by a want of individual justice, and particularly individual justice to God. Look at, for example, David. David is one day walking on his roof. He looks over across the street, and there on a penthouse is Bathsheba. He invites her over to see his etchings. So Bathsheba comes over, and she's with child. She's got a husband. Brings the husband back and said, "We'll give you a furlough." The husband said, "We're not allowed furloughs in the Jewish army. We're not allowed to stay with a wife when we're fighting." Well, David then got him drunk. He slept in front of David's door all night. He wanted to send Uriah back again to Bathsheba to blame paternity onto the husband. Then he got in touch with the general, and he said, "Oh, some men have to be in the front line of battle. Send him in the front line. Maybe he'll be killed." And he was killed. And David then married Bathsheba. He had no remorse about it. And one day, the prophet came to him, Nathan, and he said, "I have a social problem for you. Here's a very poor man who had one ewe lamb. There was a rich man next door who was giving a party. And he came and took, though he had a big flock, he came and took the ewe lamb of that poor man, and he served a meal to his friends. What do you want to do about it, David?" David said, "That man shall restore it fourfold and shall give up his life." And the prophet said, "You're the man. You stole the ewe lamb of Uriah. This is your story. You see this passionate love of social justice? Ready to kill a man now. Make him restore fourfold." But his own soul was not clean with God. Believe me, I don't believe there's any kind of work that we can undertake that requires greater spirituality than serving the poor. And we've got a model, too. And the model is Mother Teresa of India. Here this woman leaves her native country of Albania for India. She decides not to help the poor, but the distressed, the destitute. She has 50 houses now throughout the world, 600 novices. They lead a life of rigorous discipline, one day a week. Total silence. You do not go out to anyone. You've got to make your soul so that you will see God in people. Incidentally, that is one of the great things the Holy Hour does. Believe me, when we spend an hour every day in the presence of our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament and begin to see the divinity of Christ behind the species of bread, we are better prepared to see God in the poor and the suffering and those who have been denied civil rights. Then we get the vision. That's why she is able to help. Just her presence transforms. She has a house in New York, which I have visited many times. And she came to New York when they moved to a new place and was absolutely destitute in Harlem, and a dirty street, garbage and filth thrown onto the street. This little 90-year-old Mother Teresa gets a broom and begins sweeping the street. The very people who had thrown the garbage out on the street, got their brooms, and came down. The inspiration of a holy woman. So, let us have activists. But let them be men of intense prayer and concerned with the salvation of individual souls. The only reality there is in the world is a soul. Society is not an entity except in the mind. Society is made up of persons. And when we begin dealing with a person, then we're really beginning to work with the poor. The editor of the Communist Daily Worker in New York, Louis Boudin, had written a series of articles against me, and I invited him to dinner. And he said, what we communists have against you is that you do not believe that communism is a democracy. Well, I said, how can it be a democracy inasmuch as you never mention a right until you get to Article 118? And I said, I don't want to talk communism. I want to talk about your soul. And I talked to him for an hour about his soul. It was 8 months later that he got in touch with me. Then received him into the church, his wife, and the whole family. He had spent all of his life in spreading the social activism of communism, that the community alone matters. And then he finally came to see that maybe when my soul is straight with God, when I have individual justice, then I will have social justice. Then I can talk about it. Look at our Lord with Zacchaeus. When our Lord walked into Jericho, which was one of the most beautiful cities of our Lord's time, and he saw this tiny little Jew, the leading banker of the city, whom everybody hated. And he tried to get up in front to see our Lord, and everybody would elbow him and only too anxious to do it. He had to swallow his pride. Climbs a tree. Did our Lord say, "You dirty rich Jew. Look at all these poor people in Jericho. What are you doing about them?" Our Lord handled the problem. He converted Zacchaeus. Now, this is a very difficult subject to talk about. Oh, you say, oh, well, Sheen isn't really interested in the problems of the poor and the great social problems of our day. Well, I'll dismiss that with one line. I made and I received $10 million on television. 10 million, and I never kept a cent. Period. But I'm trying to establish a balance. I am just as much against pastors and my own brethren who stay too close to a house and to a desk and forget the people, as I am against these men who shout and shriek and have forgotten to some extent their individual justice to God and their prayers. the word that has been popularized, and we always have to be careful of popular words. It's well not to use them because they're not going to last long. Nobody in America uses the word involvement today. And there wasn't a priest in America who didn't use it 10 years ago. Somewhere, how or other, involvement disappeared. Now the N word is liberation. So let us do some frank talking about liberation. And the principle is simple. Every one of us, every priest, every member of the church must be in favor of economic and political liberation of those that are enslaved. But that priest, that nun, that bishop is not to consider himself as liberated. He is to consider himself as a slave. So, economic, political liberation with personal enslavement. Now let me give you the proof. We can make no mistake by going to Scripture. St. Paul, because of the Romans had conquered many people, had often seen a slave market. And so St. Paul writes, "You do not belong to yourselves. You were bought at a price. What was the price? St. Peter tells us you were bought not with gold and silver, but by the precious blood of the Lamb. The word doulos, slave, is used of our blessed Lord in the New Testament 47 times. Was our Lord liberated? He was a doulos. He emptied himself, made himself a zero, and became a doulos. We are actually slaves. And then only may we talk about liberation. Now comes this beautiful text of Paul in 2 Corinthians and the translation of it here is very good. St. Paul is here describing a procession that perhaps is seen only once in a lifetime. It was what the Romans called a triumphal procession. In order that anyone would receive a triumphal procession, certain conditions had to be fulfilled. One, at least 5,000 of the enemy had to be killed in one battle. Two, vast territory had to be acquired for the Roman Empire. Thirdly, spoils had to be taken. If these conditions were fulfilled, then he would be brought in triumphal procession into Rome. In the procession there was first the lictors, then the members of the Senate, then after them the spoils. For example, after the conquest of Jerusalem, one of the spoils, as we know from the Ark of Titus, was the 7-branched candlesticks. Then came the slaves, all the prisoners. After them, the priests with their incense pots. And after them, the emperor. Now, this is what is in St. Paul's mind. Thanks be to God who continually leads us about. Captives in Christ's triumphal procession. Captives in Christ's triumphal procession. And everywhere uses us to reveal and spread abroad the fragrance and knowledge of himself. We are indeed on the way to salvation. Now he speaks of the incense and the perfume. That incense of the priests was sweet-smelling to the Romans and to the general, but it was very foul-smelling to the prisoners. And using that analogy, St. Paul says, we are indeed the incense offered by Christ to God, both for those who were on the way to salvation and for those who were on the way to perdition. To the latter, it is a deadly fume that kills. To the former, a vital fragrance that brings life. Who is equal to such a calling? Liberation? Economic? Political? Yes. Personal? No. We are not liberated. We are doulos. We are slaves in Christ's triumphant procession. And the more we're manacled with Christ, the greater will be the economic and liberation. But first we make our souls. We're holy, we're mortified. And then we can go out and not be like David, who became excited about a social problem when he had an individual problem of his own.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes.
All right, men. I guess that's all. Put him on the stretcher and take him to the morgue.
Oh, must I stay, Inspector?
For a while, Mrs. Bunting.
Oh, dear.
I need all the details for my report.
Oh, that such a thing could have happened here. Here in my own house.
Each week at this hour, Peter Lorre brings us the excitement of the great stories of the strange and unusual, of dark and compelling masterpieces culled from the four corners of world literature. Tonight, The Lodger, by Mrs. Belloc Lowndes. Peter Lorre is the lodger, and Ellen Bunting is played by Miss Agnes Moorehead.
Mystery in the Air, brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Yes, let your T-Zone decide which cigarette you like best. Your T-Zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, is your true proving ground for any cigarette. So try a Camel on your T-Zone. Introduce Camel's rich, full flavor to your taste. Acquaint your throat with Camel's cool mildness. See if you don't decide, like so many other smokers, that Camel suit your T-Zone to a T.
Go on, Mrs. Bunting. You said you were looking for a lodger?
Yes, Inspector, we had to. But I never dreamed such a thing could happen here, to us. Why, it was only last Tuesday night my husband and I were sitting before our fire reading the newspaper about the latest murder. It was the 5th. By the Avenger. Yes, I remember saying distinctly. Robert, he could be the fellow standing next to you, or maybe the man you bump into. It's a terrible thought.
Yes, but it appears to me that the Avenger's too quick for the police.
And look here, it says this girl he got last night was like all the others. Pretty blonde, and she'd just come from a music hall, exactly like all the rest of his victims. Oh, what a pity.
Ellen, have you stopped to think who fits that description perfectly? Our own Daisy.
Oh, shush, what a pretty thought, Bunting. The good thing she's with her aunt instead of here. London isn't a safe place for any girl now.
Just the same, I can't help thinking how fine it'd be to have her here with us.
Well, there's no sense even talking about it. We just can't afford it.
I know that, Ellen, but I hope we could manage it some way.
How? Haven't I scrimped myself half crazy trying to keep us going?
I know, Ellen. Well, don't you go worrying about it. I think we can...
Now, who do you suppose that could be?
Could it be someone looking for a room?
Oh, I wish it were. Then you could have your Daisy back. Well, I went to the front door, and when I opened it, there stood a man wearing a black cape and hat. He carried but a single piece of luggage. Good evening, sir.
I saw your sign. It says you have a room to rent.
Yes, sir. Please, won't you come in?
Thank you.
Could I take your cape, sir?
No, I'm looking for a quiet room. But it should be very quiet.
Oh, we have that, sir. Just that. Above all, our house is quiet.
Good.
Your bag, sir. May I take it?
No, just show me the room, please.
Oh, yes, sir. It's right up these stairs, sir. This way. You see, sir, there's just my husband and me here, and we're ever so quiet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you'll find this room to your liking. Well, here we are.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think I like this room.
Yes, it is pleasant, isn't it? There's not many rooms with such pretty pictures, now is there?
I don't know. Pretty pictures interest me very little. What I like about this room is the simplicity. I like the bareness. Yes, I think I'll take it. What is your name?
Mrs. Bunting, sir.
All right, Mrs. Bunting, I'll take the room.
Oh, yes, sir. And please let me help you with your luggage.
No, don't you touch it.
Oh, but I only wish to...
I know. You only wish to help, Mrs. Bunting. It's just, forgive me. It's just that I'm weary. I'm very tired. See, I do a lot of studying.
Oh, yes, of course, sir, of course.
Well, anyway, you can see how few things I need. It's just what's in this bag. But this here's my favorite book. It's the Bible. Good book, Mrs. Bunting, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed it is, sir.
Yes, it says, he brings them to their desired haven. Beautiful words, huh? And now at last I found my haven of rest. Now, Mrs. Bunting, if I pay you 30 shillings a week for this room, that's satisfactory?
30? Oh, why, yes, sir. That'll be quite all right.
My name is Sleuth.
Mr. Sleuth?
Yes, Sleuth. Sleuth. Think of a hound, Mrs. Bunting, and you'll never forget my name. And here are your 30 shillings.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Would you be wishing anything now? Supper, tea, or...
No, nothing. Good night, Miss Bunting.
Yes. Good night, sir.
Please stop that. You hear?
Oh, sir, what did I do?
You were humming. That's music.
Oh, but I...
Music is an instrument of sin.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you did tell me, Mrs. Bunting, that your house would be absolutely quiet.
Oh, but it is, sir. I didn't mean any harm. Believe me, sir.
I believe you. I'm sorry I spoke sharply. I know you. You're trying to be considerate and kind.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Bunting, I think I would like some bread and some tea.
Oh, certainly, sir. I'll have it in an instant.
So he took the room, eh, Ellen?
Yes.
He took the room at 30 shillings a week.
Yes, in advance. Oh, hurry now, Bunting. Is the water for the tea hot yet?
Yes, what a stroke.
Put the bread and the butter on the tray. I'll pour the water.
You know, Ellen, it's wonderful.
Yes, it is.
Do you realize what this means? We can have Daisy back with us now.
I know. Hurry with it now, hurry.
Why, we can have her back with us
now,
tomorrow.
There's the water and the tea, and I guess, yes, it's all ready. Open the door, Bunting. I'll take it up to him right away.
There you go, old girl. First thing in the morning, I'm going to fetch Daisy and bring her home. Oh, it's a wonderful night, Ellen. Wonderful.
Oh, I mustn't do that.
And she has cast down many wounded from her. Yes, many strong men have been slain by her. Come in. And to know how the wickedness of folly...
Oh, why, Mr. Sleuth, you...
Yes? What is it?
Those pictures, those pretty girls, you've turned all their faces to
Yes,
the wall.
I've turned them to the wall because they are wicked and sinful.
Oh, but, sir,
Don't you agree, Mrs. Bunting, that everything wicked and sinful should be purged from the earth? Huh?
Yes. Oh, yes, I do.
I'm happy to hear that, Mrs. Bunting. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to leave.
Oh, but, sir, here's your tray.
Good night, Mrs. Bunting.
You know, for a moment I was stiff with fear. I set the tray down. He hadn't so much as noticed the light supper I'd prepared for him and rushed to the window to watch. He came out of our cottage and moved off down the street, his black cape swirling about him. Finally, he was lost in the fog, and I don't know why, but I stared after him for a long, long while. Well, I did the dishes and got ready for bed. I lay there thinking, and it was almost dawn before I had convinced myself that at most he was a trifle odd. And after all, paying 30 shillings, maybe he had a right to his strange ways. It was daylight when I was suddenly awakened by the newsboys shouting in the street.
Horrible murder! Read all about
Murder at King's Cross last night. Avenger strikes again.
Slowly, I realized what the newsboys were shouting.
Horrible murder! Avenger 26 victims!
Oh, no!
Avenger at work again! Another girl falls victim to a knife! Avenger strikes again!
In a few moments, Mr. Peter Lorre will bring us the climax of tonight's Mystery in the Air, when Camels present Act 2 of The Lodger.
Any sports champion can tell you how true it is that experience is the best teacher.
Don Whitfield, for one, he's the world's outboard speed champion, you know. It's taking the turns around the marking buoys just right that makes that extra speed. And boy, how Don Whitfield worked out on that problem.
Don Whitfield recently said,
"Experience is the best teacher in outboard racing and in smoking, too. Smoking whatever brands I could get during the wartime cigarette shortage taught me there's no other cigarette like a Camel."
And many other smokers had the same experience. Yes, during the wartime cigarette shortage, when people smoked whatever brands they could get, then's when we all compared cigarettes, whether we wanted to or not. And then's when so many people decided that their tastes liked Camel's rich, full flavor, and their throats liked Camel's cool mildness. The result?
more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
As the inspector takes notes of the terrifying event, Ellen Bunting continues the story.
And now, Mrs. Bunting, what did you do the morning you learned the Avenger had murdered his sixth victim?
Well, I was a little frightened to meet our lodger, yet I kept my thoughts to myself. After all, you know, there still wasn't much to go on. Robert had gone to make Daisy, so Mr. Sleuth ate breakfast alone. I watched him through the crack in the door. Finally, I went in with more tea.
Tea? No. No, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Bunting. I don't care for any more tea, thanks. You're very kind. But I have to go on with my work now, if you'll excuse me.
My fear really changed to pity then. Oh, he seemed so helpless and tired. And he was so considerate. This man couldn't be a murderer. It was all a coincidence. Besides, we just couldn't afford to lose that 30 shillings a week. Well, around 10 in the morning, he left the cottage, and I decided to go upstairs and have a look about his room. I had to find out what he carried in his one piece of luggage. It wasn't a bag. It was more like a case. Yes, a case. A case for a knife. I rushed upstairs, my heart beating wildly at the thought I'd had of the case. No, there wasn't anything in his closet. I went over to the chest of drawers against the wall. Nothing in the top one. In the next one, there was just some socks and some underclothes. The next one was empty. There was only one other place for the small, narrow case. The bottom drawer. And it was locked. I pulled and pulled at it. And then suddenly I heard the front door open downstairs. In a panic, I rushed out of the room and down the hall.
Oh, you're upstairs, Ellen. Look, Ellen, Daisy's here.
Oh, thank heaven.
Oh, Mother, it's so good to see you. It's so good to be home. Why, whatever's the matter?
Yes, you're quite white, Ellen.
Oh, I'm all right. It's just that I wasn't expecting you so soon.
Well, it's good to be back. The country's all right, but there's nothing like London now, is there?
Oh, no. No, that isn't.
Well, as long as that Avenger's about, you're going to have something to do to keep this young lady indoors, London or no London.
Oh, don't you worry. Mother will see to that.
Oh, well, Daisy, I might as well get you settled.
You see, Father? What did I tell you? She'll have a dust cloth in my hand before I have my coat on.
Mr. Sleuth.
Why is my door open?
We were just leaving, sir.
Have you been in my room?
Not at all, sir.
From now on, Mrs. Bunting, I shall keep my room locked.
Oh, but you see, sir, I was just tidying up a bit, and Mr. Bunting, he brought our daughter home. She just arrived. This is Daisy.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
She's been away for quite a while. That's why we're a bit excited, you might say.
Yes.
You were probably surprised to hear us laughing and carrying on.
Yes, I must say I was, but then there are different kinds of joy, are there not, Daisy?
Yes, I'm sure there are.
Yes. There is the despicable, evil joy of the abandoned, and then there is the divine happiness of the blessed. That's a great difference. You understand that, Daisy, don't you?
Why, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Sleuth.
Good. There are so few young women nowadays who do.
I'm Mr. Sleuth. You mean a girl's not to enjoy life at all? Not to have any fun?
Enjoyment and fun, my child, are the devil's breeding ground. All his implements are there. Pleasure and impropriety. The temptation of music, dancing.
Oh, that's crazy. Why, there's nothing I like better than dancing. And I'm not...
You like to
You
dance?
know what she was saying, Mr. Sleuth? She's just a child. Daisy, you know you've never been one for dancing. You never learned how
But I
to.
did learn, Mother. While I was away. What's so wrong about it? What's the harm in dancing?
It says she lies in wait as for a prey and increases the transgressors among men.
I don't know what you mean. I've never heard such nonsense.
Nonsense? You call it scripture nonsense?
Daisy, go into the front room.
It's all right, Mrs. Bunting. It's all right. I'm used to that kind of talk. Good day.
Daisy. Yes. Daisy, listen to me.
What, Mother?
I've got to tell you about what? Oh, nothing. I've got to go out for a while now. I'll be back. For a moment, I was about to tell her my awful suspicions, but I stopped. They were only suspicions. At the same time, I had a thought. I'd go to the coroner's inquest they were having for the Avenger's latest victim. I was hoping to hear something said that would clear my suspicions of the lodger. At least I'd give him this last chance. A lady was testifying as I took my seat. She'd seen the Avenger from her window, she said. And her description of him didn't tally with Mr. Sleuth at all. Oh, I can't tell you how relieved I was. Till it was pointed out she couldn't possibly have seen anyone that night from her window because of the fog. Then the next witness was a Mr. Cannot. I leaned forward anxiously as they swore him in and began asking questions.
You say, Mr. Tennant, you're positive that you saw this man?
Positive, sir. It was only a few moments before the murder that I saw the Avenger.
Describe him.
Well, he wore a black cape, I believe, and was very gaunt-looking. And was carrying a small handbag.
A handbag?
Yes, a small, narrow handbag. Such a one as might contain a knife.
Silence in the court. Proceed, Mr. Tennant.
Well, he had a low, hesitating voice. I'd say with something of a continental accent. An educated man, I'd judge, but quite mad.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, as he emerged from the fog, he was talking aloud to himself. Oh, believe me, sir, he was reciting scriptures from the Bible.
Oh, no, it can't be. It can't be. Could there be any doubt about it now? Mr. Sleuth, our lodger, he was the murderer. I got out of the courtroom as quickly as I could. I didn't even notice it had started to rain. I hardly remember going home, running and walking somehow, while the nightmare of fear and terror grew bigger and bigger inside me. It was 3 streets from our cottage that I saw my husband, Robert. One thought hit me clearly. I realized Daisy must be home alone with the Avenger. Bunting! Bunting!
Why, Ellen, what is it?
Bunting, where's Daisy? Where is she? Where's Daisy?
Why, she's at home.
Oh, listen, Bunting, listen. Sleuth is the Avenger.
What? What are you saying?
Ah, lodger, he's the Avenger. Daisy's alone with him right now. Hurry,
Now listen to me carefully, my child, and rejoice with me in your heart, for the moment is at hand, and you're not afraid, Daisy, are you?
No, I'm not afraid.
You're very beautiful, and you should live in the ways of righteousness. You hear me, Daisy? You want to live in the ways of righteousness, don't you?
Yes, I do.
I know you do. I know, and that is why I've been sent to purge your soul so that you will be elevated beyond all sin and evil. You like to dance, Daisy, don't you? Already 6 have gone on before you, and they are beyond all sin and evil. You are the 7th to be elevated, my child, and my work is almost done. For the 7th, I have promised at this appointed hour. Be still, Daisy. And don't listen to the temptations of the crowd when they call out your name, because I am here to save you from all evil and wickedness that consumes you like a wildfire of scarlet and crimson. You like to dance, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Look at me, my child. Look at me and don't fear me and do not tremble. Woe to them that call evil good and good evil, and put darkness for light and light for darkness. And therefore I must bring you down like the lamb to slaughter. And now I lift my hand with a flaming sword, for now comes the vengeance and the time to rejoice.
Stop it, you killer, Daisy, come here.
Drop that knife, you fiend! Drop that knife!
Oh, you're safe. You're safe. Oh,
Drop that knife, you!
Take away your hands. Let go of me. Get away! Don't you know that such that are for death to death, and such that are for the sword to the sword, and no one dare to have pity on them?
His knife! His knife!
Oh, mercy. Oh, he fell on the knife.
Yes. It is burning. It is burning in me like a fire. Oh, it purges me and consumes me. All sin and evil are falling away. Praise and glory, for it is I who is the 7th. Yes, the vengeance is fulfilled.
Each week, the makers of Camel cigarettes send free Camels to servicemen's hospitals from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Jefferson Barracks, Missouri, U.S. Army Letterman General Hospital, San Francisco, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Charleston, South Carolina, U.S. Marine Hospital, Ellis Island, New York, Veterans Hospital, Fort Meade, South Dakota.
Yes, everywhere more folks are smoking Camels. Many of those Camel smokers are doctors. You know, 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
According to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Next week, Mystery in the Air, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, brings you one of the world's great stories of the strange and unusual, The Horla by de Maupassant, with a special musical score composed and conducted by Paul Barron.
Hey there, Mr. Pipe Smoker. Do you know that more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco? Well, it's true. So why don't you give PA a try? Prince Albert is specially made for smoking pleasure. It's choice tobacco, specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crimp cut to burn slow, smoke cool. See if the extra rich, full flavor of Prince Albert doesn't give you added interest in your pipe. Be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night for a half hour of folk music and laughter with Red Foley, Minnie Pearl, Rod Brassfield, and the rest of the Opry gang. And as Red's special guest this week, you'll hear Salty Holmes. Remember, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night, over NBC.
Listen again next week at this same time when the makers of Camel cigarettes present Mr. Peter Lorre in Mystery in the Air. Next week's play will be The Horla by de Maupassant. The artists supporting Mr. Lorre tonight were Agnes Moorehead as Ellen, Henry Morgan as the voice of Mystery, Barbara Eiler as Daisy, Eric Snowden as Bunting, Raymond Lawrence as the Inspector, Rolf Sedan as the Witness, and Conrad Binion as the Newsboy. And on behalf of Mr. Lorre and the entire cast, our sincere thanks to Agnes Moorehead for her great portrayal of Ellen Bunting. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Shadow of a Doubt, starring Ann Blythe and Ray Milland. Now to introduce tonight's program, here is our director, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, we introduce to you rather nervously a gentleman known as Mr. Charles Oakley. Also as Mr. Charles Spencer and Mr. Charles Otis. But mostly he's Uncle Charlie. And when he's being Uncle Charlie, the family favorite, this man is probably a lot like someone you may know yourself. Tall, attractive, with a slight blur of gray at the temples, who often wears a curious, preoccupied expression, as if he had an important secret to keep. But we hope you don't know anyone with a secret like the Uncle Charlie in Thornton Wilder and Sally Benson's story, Shadow of a Doubt, because life with anyone like him is quite unpredictable, as you shall hear.
Mr. Spencer. Mr. Spencer.
Yes?
Oh. Mr. Spencer, I hate to bother you. I knew you was resting, but I thought you'd like to know there was two men here. Two men asking for you, a young man and a kind of a older man. The older man was here twice before. I was sorry you wasn't in. I said you wasn't.
Mrs. Teeler, don't stand there. Don't behave like a landlady. Come in and sit down.
Well...
And close the door. Forgive me for not getting up. It's good to lie down and rest on a hot day. Did they say they'd be back?
They didn't say exactly, but I think they will. Just now when I had to walk down the A&P, I seen them standing there at the corner. Maybe I should have let them in, only you said not to disturb you, and...
Yes?
And I'm sure they'll be back. Mr. Spencer, you do look awful tired to me, and that's a fact. Maybe New Jersey doesn't agree with you. Have you got a headache or something? I think maybe you need a real rest. That's what I think.
Maybe I do, Mrs. Teeley.
Well, I'd better go, and you better lock the door when I'm gone. Those friends of yours told me not to say they called, wanted to surprise you, but I thought you'd like to know, somehow.
Thank you, Mrs. Teeley.
You go ahead with your nap. I'll pull a blind down. You rest now, Mr. Spencer. You rest.
No. No! Yes. You're there, down at the corner. But what do you know? You're bluffing. You don't know anything. You've got nothing on me. I'll get out the back way. Operator, Western Union, please. What do they know? They're bluffing. And it was very easy getting out the back way. Western Union? Oh, I want to send a telegram to Mrs. Joseph Newton, Santa Rosa, California. That's right. Here's the message. You ready? Homesick for you all. Coming to stay a while, arriving Wednesday. We'll wire exact time later. Love to everybody and a kiss for little Charlie from her Uncle Charlie. Yes, operator, that's the signature, Uncle Charlie. Yeah, that's right. Going to Santa Rosa, California.
Charlie. Charlotte.
Who is it?
It's me.
Oh, come in, Papa.
Well, look at you all stretched out on the bed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm perfectly well. I've just been thinking for hours, and I've come to the conclusion that I give up. I simply give up.
I'll sit down if you don't mind. What are you going to give up?
Have you ever stopped to think that a family should be the most wonderful thing in the world, and that this family has just gone to pieces?
We have?
Of course we have. We just sort of go along and nothing happens, and we've gotten in a terrible rut.
Oh, come now. Things aren't that bad. The bank gave me a raise last January.
Money. How can you sit there and talk about money when I'm talking about souls? We eat and sleep, and that's about all. We don't even have any real conversations. We just talk.
And work.
Yes, poor Mother, she works like a dog.
What were you thinking of doing about it?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. I guess we'll just have to wait for a miracle or something.
Oh, you two are up here, I'm told.
Oh, here she is. In Charlie's room, Emmy.
All I'm waiting for is a miracle.
Now, Charlie.
Well, what's all this about? Oh, what's the matter, Charlie? Joe, what's the matter?
Well, it seems
Oh, it's just that I've become a nagging old maid and... Oh, Mama, you went downtown in that awful hat you promised me you'd throw away.
Goodness, what on earth does it matter what hat I put on? Yes, Roger, I know.
I don't see why you let that child yell at you like that, Mother. If he has something to say
I'm
or
going
if
downstairs in a moment anyway.
And I'm going down right now. Hope there'll be some dinner soon.
Mama, I'm going downtown to send a telegram. I want a short walk before dinner anyhow.
Why, Charlie, who do you know to send a telegram to?
Mama, I know just the person to come and save us. A wonderful person who'll come and shake us all up so we'll be good and dignified and intelligent
Why,
again.
Charlie, have you gone crazy? What do you mean, save us?
All this time, there's been the one real right person to save us. Mama, what's Uncle Charlie's address? Wasn't he living in Philadelphia last we heard?
Darling, you're not going to ask Uncle Charlie for money.
No, that wouldn't help us. I just want him to come.
Oh, but think of asking a busy man like that to come all the way out west for nothing.
He'd come for me. I'm named after him. I'm going to go right now and wire him right away.
Well, hello, Charlotte. I just called up your house a little while ago. A telegram for your mother.
Oh, did you, Mrs. Seastrom?
Uh-huh. Here you are. It's from your uncle, the spoiled one.
My uncle? My Uncle Charlie? Oh, let me look.
Yes, youngest ones in the family always get spoiled the most, I guess. That's the way it was with my young brother.
Mrs. Seastrom, do you believe in telepathy?
Well, I ought to. It's my business.
Oh, no, not telegraphy. Mental telepathy. Like, well, suppose you have a thought, and suppose the thought's about someone who's in tune with you. And then over thousands of miles, that someone knows what you're thinking, and they answer you. And it's all mental.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I send telegrams the normal way. Give my regards to your mother.
He heard me. Uncle Charlie heard me.
sir. You'll like it here in Santa Rosa, Mr. Otis. Nice little town.
I'm sure it is.
I got all your bags here ready to unload. I'll help you down, Mr. Otis. Here, let me take your arm.
Thank you.
That's it. I sure hope you feel better, Mr. Otis. Too bad you had to stay in your room all the way. There you are, sir.
Thank you very much. Here, you've been very kind.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Otis. Thank you, sir.
Look, down there. I think that's him.
Oh, I think it is, too. Yes, I think so. Are you...
Why, young Charlie.
Oh, gosh, at first I didn't know you. You look so sick standing there. Why, you aren't sick, are you?
Me sick?
Papa! Papa, here he is.
I thought so.
Why, Uncle Charlie, you aren't sick. That was the funniest thing, the way you were standing there. Come on, let's go. Mother's waiting at home.
But that's enough talk about my travels. All that's past. Dinner's almost over, and we haven't talked at all about you folks. And say, I've been forgetting something all this time. These parcels on the sideboard here. A few things I brought along with me. Now then, here we are. These are for you, Emmy. One new and one old.
Oh, Charles, you didn't have to think of me.
Presents are for children, Charles.
Of course they are. Here you are, Anne, Roger.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Charlie. What is it? It's sort of lumpy.
Open up and see. And this is yours, Joe.
For me, Charles?
Oh, Joe, look. Oh, really, Charles, a fur scarf.
It's Kalinsky, Mama. 4 skins.
Oh, I wanted one all my life.
Oh, and it's exactly right, Mama. It's what you should have.
Open the little one, Emmy.
Why, look at this. Say, I've never had a wristwatch. Fellows at the bank will think I'm quite a sport.
I got a big brown bear. And look what I got.
Isn't it wonderful, children?
Oh, thanks.
Why, Charles, the portraits of Mother and Father in a leather case.
Yes, Emmy?
Charles, did you have these all along?
All along. All these years, safe in a deposit box, stored away safe, no matter where I was.
Grandpa and Grandma?
Yes. Look, everybody.
Let me see, Mama. Gee, 1888 it says. That's over 60 years ago.
Oh, she was pretty, and he's sweet, isn't he?
Everyone was pretty and sweet then, Charlie. The whole world. A wonderful world, not like the world today. It was great to be young then.
But we're happy now, Uncle Charlie, now that you're here. Why, look at us. For once, we're all happy at the same time.
And now for your little present, Charlie.
Oh, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now, I don't want another thing. I'll go get the coffee. Excuse me.
Charlotte!
She's crazy. She doesn't mean it, really. If you ask me, I think she's putting on.
She's not crazy. Smartest girl in her class at school.
She'll like this when she sees it. You folks just sit here and I'll take it to her.
Well, tell her the sugar and cream are on the kitchen table, Charles.
Charlie?
I meant it. Please don't give me anything.
Nothing? Why?
I can't explain. You came here and Mother's happy, and I'm glad that she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. And it would spoil things if you should give me anything.
You're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. There's something else. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows.
Something nobody knows?
Something secret and wonderful, and I'll find it out.
It's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Give me your hand, Charlie. Now, you wear this ring for me.
Thank you.
But you haven't looked at it.
I don't have to look at it. No matter what you gave me, it'd be the same.
Yeah, now, let me show it to you. It's a good emerald, a really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Why, look, Uncle Charlie, you've had something engraved on it. Oh, that's different.
I haven't, but I will if you'd like me to.
Oh, but you have, Uncle Charlie, you have. It's very faint. It's way down under the stone. T.S. from B.M. Why, they must be somebody's initials.
The jeweler cheated me.
It doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't.
The jeweler cheated me. It's second-hand. The whole world is crooked. The whole rotten world. Give it back to me.
But I like it this way. Someone else was probably happy with
Give
this
it back
ring.
to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. Now you bring the sugar and cream, and I'll carry the tray.
Charlie.
Come along.
coffee?
Not yet, thank you, Emmy.
What is that tune I'm singing? Anybody know?
Sing at the table, you marry a crazy husband.
Superstitions have been proved 100% wrong.
Well, to finish what I was about to say, Emmy, I've been thinking about transferring some of my money out here from the East. Deposit it in Joe's bank, say, until I see what's what. I suppose you take money at your bank, Joe?
That's one thing we do all right, Charles. Rake in the dough. Can't promise to give it back, of course.
Well, I'll go down tomorrow morning and open an account, 30 or 40,000, just to start things off right.
Say, that's a lot of money.
I can't get that tune out of my head. If somebody will tell me what it is, maybe I'll stop.
It's a waltz, dear.
Of course it's a waltz, but what waltz? You know, it's the funniest thing, but sometimes I think of a tune and I can't get it out of my head. And then pretty soon I hear somebody else whistling it or humming it, too. I think tunes jump from head to head. What is it, Uncle Charlie?
I don't know.
I know what it is. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It's a waltz, and it's Victor Herbert.
Victor Herbert wasn't a waltz. He was the composer who composed operettas.
It's the Blue Danube Waltz.
Oh, of course. That's what it is. No. No, it isn't, Uncle Charlie. It's not the Blue Danube. It's the Merry Oh!
Oh, now look what I did. A half a cup of coffee. I'm terribly sorry, Emmy. Hand me another napkin, Ann, will you?
Golly.
Oh, now it's nothing to make a fuss about. Charles, while we do the dishes, you go in the living room and stretch out on the sofa and read the evening paper. You look tired.
Yes, you do that, Charles. I'm going to walk down to the corner and get some tobacco.
Come on, Uncle Charlie. Lead a life of luxury.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mama wants to know if you'd like another cup of coffee or anything.
No. Thank you, Roger. No.
What's the matter, Uncle Charlie? Something bad in the paper?
What? No. I was just... Roger, look, did you ever make a house out of a newspaper? You see what I mean? First you stretch them all out on the floor, see?
Yeah.
Then you fold them like this, like a tent. Yeah, and then you... Look, now you cut out a door, see? See? It's the doorway.
Well, now, what are you all up to in here? Why, Roger, that's Papa's paper.
Well, it's my fault, Charlie. I was showing Roger a game. I never thought about the paper.
Well, it's all right. Let's see. Page 5, page 1, page 7. Here's part 2. But where's page 3? 3 and 4, where is it?
I never touched it. Uncle Charlie's the only one that touched it.
Well, Papa may not notice if we fold it very neatly and very evenly.
That's it, Charlie. Nobody'll ever miss it.
Uncle Charlie.
Come in.
I've brought your water, Uncle Charlie. You said you liked a pitcher of water and a glass by your bed.
Oh, thank you, my dear. You're very thoughtful.
Uncle Charlie, I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
Well, remember I said you couldn't hide anything away from me because I'd know? Well, now I know there was something in the evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell a soul.
How do you know there was something?
Well, that's why you played that game with Roger. You didn't want us to know, so you tore the paper. So now that I know, you've got to tell me.
Well, I guess you have me, but it wasn't about me. It was about someone I used to know.
Oh, is this the page over here on the dresser? It's got a piece torn out of it.
Charlie, wait. That's none of your business.
Oh, Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me. Your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me the paper.
You hurt my wrist.
Charlie, I didn't mean to. I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. It was just some gossip, not too pretty, about someone I met up with once. Nothing for you to read. Just forget it. And don't look at me like that, Charlie.
You have eyes like a child.
The piece in the paper was nothing, really.
Just like a child.
Have I? Good night. Good night, young Charlie.
Good night, Uncle Charlie. Pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams, always.
Breakfast in bed. Such spoiling.
Oh, Emmy, you're magnificent. You know, I really can't face the world in the morning. I must have coffee before I can speak. What are you all up to this morning?
Well, a young man called on us about an hour ago, said his name was Graham, and he wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody?
Yeah, that's what he said. He's been sent around the country by a committee on an institute or something, and he's to pick out representative American families and ask them questions. It's kind of a poll.
How'd he happen to pick this family?
Well, he said he looked around and asked around, and he decided we were the ones he wanted.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Why, you'd have more to tell him than any of us, Charlie. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes. You see, there were really 2 young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, so there were 2 of them?
No, Mr. Graham was the nicest. He doesn't want us to dress up or anything. He wants us to act just the way we always do.
Oh, Emmy, women are fools. They fall for anything. Why do you let 2 strangers come into your house and turn the place upside down? Why expose your family to a couple of snoopers? I thought you had more sense.
Charles.
Good morning, Uncle Charlie. My, isn't this grand?
Good morning, Charlie.
Well, the way Mr. Graham put it, Charles, it wasn't like snooping at all. It was our duty as citizens.
Look here, Emmy, I won't have anything to do with it. I'm just a visitor, and my advice to you is to slam the door in his face.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
I think it's kind of exciting. And they'd take a photograph of you, and then we could have it. It would be free.
No, thank you. I've never been photographed in my life, and I don't want to be.
Why, Charles, what makes you talk that way? I had a picture of you. I gave it to Charlie.
I tell you, there are none.
Oh, I guess you've forgotten all about it. Get it, Charlie.
Oh, that. It's over here on my desk. I think you were cute, Uncle Charlie.
Let me see it.
Here you are. See?
Oh, I don't remember this at all.
Well, you were 9, Charles. You had it taken the Christmas you got your bicycle.
Uncle Charlie, you were beautiful.
Oh, wasn't he, though? I always said Papa should never have bought him that bicycle. Charlie, he took it right out on the icy road and skidded into a streetcar. We thought he was going to die.
I'm glad he didn't.
Well, he almost did, let me tell you. He had a fractured skull, and he was laid up so long, and when he got well, there was no holding him. It was though all that rest was too much for him, and he had to get into all sorts of mischief to blow off steam.
The whole world is rotten. The whole world's changed.
Oh, I can remember that Christmas day when this picture was taken. Mama wanted a picture of you with your curls.
Did she?
Then that very afternoon you had your accident. And when the picture came a few days later, how Mama cried. She wondered if you'd ever look the same. She wondered if you'd ever be the same.
Oh, what's the use of looking backward? What's the use of looking ahead? Today's the thing. That's my philosophy. Today.
Well, Charles, if today's the thing, you better get your clothes on and get down at the bank. Joe'll be waiting. He's arranged for you to meet Mr. Green.
Mr. Green?
He's the president of the bank.
And don't be late back. The questionnaire man's coming at 4 o'clock.
Say $30,000, Mr. Oakley?
30, maybe 40, Mr. Green.
Indeed. Well.
I thought I might settle down here for a while. It's a fine little town.
We think so. What have you been doing, Mr. Oakley?
Well, I suppose you'd call me a promoter. I've done a little bit of everything. You know, it's not hard to make money, Mr. Green. The only trouble I find is that once I make it, I'm not interested in it.
Not interested in money?
Well, you know as well as I do that there's plenty of money lying around waiting for someone to pick it up. Making money's a boring business.
Yes, yes, Mr. Oakley, if you'll just fill out this slip.
Details. Well, I'm glad to see you're a man that understands details, Mr. Green. They are most important to me, most important. All the little details.
Harry, I wonder if you... Oh, dear, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. Oh, we can come back.
Come in, Margaret, now that you're here. Come in.
I am sorry, dear.
This is Mr. Oakley, ladies, my wife, Mr. Oakley, and Mrs. Potter.
Oh, you're Emma Newton's brother. We've heard so much about you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Green and Miss Potter?
Mrs. Potter.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, there was something about you that made me think that...
Yes.
What did you want, Margaret?
Oh, well, we were going shopping, Laura and I only have $5, and I thought...
Here you are, my dear.
Thank you, Harry.
There is something to being a widow, isn't there, Mr. Oakley? One doesn't have to ask a man for money anyway. Well, goodbye, Mr. Oakley. I'm so glad we met.
Goodbye, Mr. Oakley.
Goodbye, Mrs. Green and Miss Potter.
Oh, Margaret, isn't he just as charming as Emmy said?
Now, Mr. Oakley, where were we?
Attractive woman, that Mrs. Potter. Widow, is she?
Yes, he was the Potter of Potter Chain Stores.
Oh, indeed. Indeed. Yes, Mr. Green, as you say, where were we?
This is my room here, gentlemen, but my Uncle Charlie's visiting us, and I've given it to him for as long as he stays.
Can we have a look, Miss Newton?
Mr. Saunders might be interested.
Well, if you like.
Thank you.
Hey, nice room. You mind if I take a picture or two as long as your uncle isn't around? I sure don't want to disturb your uncle after what you said.
Well, I suppose so. But I can't imagine anyone being interested in my room. I mean, it isn't really the way I'd like to have it.
I like it fine. Worth a few shots.
We'll stay out here in the hall, Miss Newton. Might as well let him work in peace. Besides, I'd like to talk to you.
It's funny your survey happened to our family. Why did you pick us?
Oh, we looked around, asked some questions. Thought you were about what we wanted. And why not choose your family? You haven't got any skeletons in your closets, have you?
Of course we haven't. I wish we did have a few. We're pretty prosaic. You know, your picking us out as an average family gave me kind of a funny feeling.
What kind of a funny feeling?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't like to be an average girl in an average family.
Oh, average families are the best. Look at me. I'm from an average family.
As average as ours?
Sure. Besides, I don't think you're average. Oh.
Oh, why, Uncle Charlie, you scared me.
I got the back stairs in the kitchen, Charlie.
All through in here, now I better get one in the hall.
Mr. Saunders has been taking pictures of my room.
Well, my sister's just asked me to tell you she was ready for pictures in the kitchen, gentlemen, and I don't like to be photographed. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for that roll of film.
Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Give it to me, please.
Give it to him, Fred.
Too bad. There's a picture of Mrs. Newton and the children on this roll.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have troubled you, but that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, too.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. We want to help you in an important work, but
Oh, please. You've been very helpful. And, I'd like to ask another favor, if I may. Can I borrow you tonight for a walk around the town? I'd like to pick up a little atmosphere, and you know everybody.
Why, of course. Anything I can do.
Thanks. I'll call around about 6:30. You can show me the best restaurant in town, and we can have dinner.
All right.
See you then. Come on, Saunders.
It isn't much of a park, really, but it's better than just an empty town square.
It's very pretty.
I can't get over your breaking your arm when you were 10 and my breaking my arm when I was 10 in exactly the same place.
Right at the elbow. And my wanting to run away from home, and you're wanting to run away from home.
Oh, I didn't want to, really. It was just a gesture.
I didn't want to either.
Want to sit down?
Sure.
This is a peaceful sort of town.
Yeah, seems to be.
I think you have an awfully interesting job. Going into people's houses, taking pictures, asking a lot of questions. Why, just like an international spy.
Yes.
That tune. I know what you are, really. You're a detective. Yes, there's something the matter, and you're a detective.
Charlie, listen.
I don't want to listen. You're a detective. Why, you're not making a survey at all. You just lied to us. What do you want? What are you doing around here lying to us? You keep away from us.
Charlie, come back here.
Keep away.
Look, Charlie, you've got to listen to me.
Just wait until I tell them. Just wait until I tell my mother you lied to her.
Charlie, you can't tell her.
I'll tell her. You'll see. I'll tell everyone. I'm not afraid.
Charlie, I don't want you to be afraid of me. You've got to trust me.
Trust you when you've done nothing but lie. When you probably didn't want to take me out at all tonight the way I thought you did. When you probably only took me out to ask a lot of questions.
Have I asked you a lot of questions? Have I? All right, I'm a detective. A pretty bad one, I guess. Now, won't you even listen to me?
Why should I when you lied to me?
I had to. You've just got to believe I had to. When I came here to this town to find a man, I hadn't counted on you. I hadn't counted on your mother or your family.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlie, this man we want may be your uncle.
I don't believe you. Get away from me and leave me alone.
We're after one man. Your uncle may be that man. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
My uncle hasn't done anything. Why don't they arrest that man in the east? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
If it weren't for you, you don't think I'd care when or how I caught up with your Uncle Charlie, do you? Because if he's the guy, I am going to catch up with him, Charlie. Remember that. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here.
Arrest him here in town with Mother?
I'm trying to tell you we won't. Charlie, you've got to help us.
All right. I won't say anything. The parking lot's over this way. Take me home, please.
Here we are. Charlie, he may not be the one. It may be the other guy, the one in the east.
Of course. It's probably all a mistake.
I hope I'm wrong. I never wanted to be wrong so much in all my life.
Well, good night. Oh, this handle.
Oh, you have to give it a good yank. Here.
Thank you. Oh, something fell. What's this?
Oh, it's nothing. Just yesterday's paper. This car gets to be a regular goat's nest sometimes.
Yesterday's paper? May I have it, please?
Sure, you're welcome to it.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Charlie. I'll be in touch with you.
Yesterday's paper. It was page 3. Page 3 and 4. Let me see. Record storms in Midwest. Edward Fairbairn appointed to new post. No, that couldn't be. Where is the Merry Widow murderer?
Boston, Massachusetts, February 8th. The whereabouts of the so-called Merry Widow murderer, strong-handed strangler of 3 wealthy women, is a question baffling detectives today who are conducting a coast-to-coast search for the killer.
Couldn't be Uncle Charlie.
The trailing detectives are after 2 men, one of whom they are certain is the actual murderer.
One was in the East, Jack said, in the East.
The fact that all the victims were wealthy widows accounts for his being known to the police as the Merry Widow murderer. His latest victim was Mrs. Barton Madison, the former musical comedy star known to audiences at the beginning of this century as the beautiful Thelma Shenley.
My ring. The ring he gave me. T.S. from B.M. T.S. from B.M. Oh, no. No. Please, no.
Well, come along, everybody. Dinner's ready.
Well, where's our little Charlie? I've missed her all day.
She'll be in the kitchen in a minute. She's getting some things in the kitchen.
Well, she slept very late today.
She was tired, I guess. She doesn't look quite herself.
Here's the sauce, Mama. I nearly forgot about it.
Well, here she is. Here's my girl.
Well,
Gee, I wonder how many hours you slept today.
Sit right down, dear.
You won't be able to sleep tonight. Nobody who sleeps
Oh,
all
I
day.
slept all right. And I kept dreaming perfect nightmares about you, Uncle Charlie.
Nightmares about me?
About you. You were on a train, and I had a feeling you were running away from something. And when I saw you on the train, I felt terribly happy.
Charlie, how could you feel happy about seeing your uncle on a train? Goodness knows I don't want him on a train. I hope he stays here forever.
Well, I suppose he'll go sometime. I mean, we all realize he has to go sometime. We have to face facts.
Yes. Yes, I like people who face facts.
Well, I'm not going to face any such facts as those. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Charles. I promised Mrs. Green, the president of our club, that you'd talk to the ladies, and she wants to know what you're going to talk about.
Well, what am I going to talk about? Lecturers usually give travel or current events, don't they?
Oh, not current events. We get current events.
What sort of an audience would they be?
Oh, women like myself, busy with our homes, most of us.
Yes. Women keep busy in towns like this. In the cities, it's different. The cities are full of women, middle-aged widows, their husbands dead. Husbands who have spent their lives making fortunes, working and working, and then they die and leave their money to their wives, their silly wives. And what do the wives do? These useless women. You see them in the hotels, the best hotels, by the thousands, eating the money, drinking the money, losing the money at bridge, playing all day and all night, just smelling of money. Proud of their jewelry, proud of nothing else. Horrible, faded, fat and greedy women.
But they're alive. They're alive. They're human beings.
Are they? Are they, Charlie? Are they human or are they fat, wheezing animals? And what happens to animals when they die, when they get too fat and too old? I seem to be making sort of a speech.
Well, for heaven's sake, Charles, don't talk about women like that in front of my club. You'll be tarred and feathered. And that nice Mrs. Potter's so anxious to have you there, too. She was asking me all about you. The Greens are bringing her here to the little party I'm having after the lecture.
Excuse me, please, everybody. I'm not hungry at all. I'm going for a walk instead.
Charlie!
Where do you suppose she's going?
Into town, I guess.
Oh, that's nothing to get excited about, Charles. She often goes for walks. Maybe she's got a date with that young man.
Well, I'm not hungry either. You all stay here and finish your dinner. I'll catch up with her. Charlie! Charlie, wait!
Please go away.
What's the matter, Charlie? What's the matter with you?
Oh, please, you're hurting my arm again.
Look, I've got to talk to you. Come along. Let's go in here, this little bar.
Please, my arm.
Well, come in here with me.
I can't. I've never been in a place like this.
Come on in.
Why do you make me come in here? It's an awful place.
What does it matter where we are? Let's sit over here. Little table in the corner.
Hello, Charlie. Hello. Oh, hello, Louise. Uncle Charlie, this is Louise Finch.
Hello.
Glad to meet you.
This is my uncle.
I was in Charlie's class in school. Gee, I sure was surprised to see you come in, Charlie. I never thought I'd see you here. I've been here 2 weeks. I lost my job at Kearns. What do you have, Charlie?
Oh, I'll have a chocolate milkshake.
We haven't got anything like that.
Bring her a ginger ale. I'll have a double brandy.
Brandy? We may have some. Never heard of anybody wanting brandy. I'll see.
Well, Charlie,
Well,
you think you know something. That young fella told you something.
Jack? Why should he know anything about you?
Now, look, Charlie, something's come between us. I don't want that to happen. We're like twins, you said so yourself. Give me your hand.
Don't touch me, Uncle Charlie.
What did he tell you? What did that boy tell you?
He's got nothing to do with it. I hope he never knows anything about you.
Charlie, you're a pretty understanding sort of girl. Now, if you've heard some little things about me, I guess you're a woman of the world enough to overlook them. I guess I've done some pretty foolish things, made some pretty foolish mistakes. Nothing serious, just foolish.
How could you do things like that? You're my uncle. You're my mother's brother. We thought you were the most wonderful man in the world.
Charlie, what do you know?
Here's your ring back, Uncle Charlie.
I'm sorry I was so long. We're awful busy. Oh, whose ring? Ain't it beautiful? Oh, I could just die for a ring like that. Yes, sir, for a ring like that, I'd just about die. I love jewelry, real jewelry. You notice I didn't even have to ask if it was real. You can tell. I can.
Bring me another double brandy.
Sure. Gee, I'd just die for a ring like that.
Someone will.
Will what?
Die. Someone did. Oh.
Sit down. Sit down. You think you know something, don't you? Or what do you know? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You wake up every morning of your life. You know perfectly well that there's nothing in the world to trouble you. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep, filled with peaceful, stupid dreams. And I brought you nightmares, did I? Charlie, how do you know what the world is like? Do you know the world is a foul sty? Do you know if you ripped the fronts off houses, you'd find swine? The world's a hell. What does it matter what happens in it? Wake up, Charlie!
Oh, please. Please.
Charlie, you've got to help me.
Help you?
Yes. There's an end to the running a man can do. You'll never know what it's like to be so tired. I was going to... Well, then I got the idea of coming out here. It's my last chance, Charlie. Give it to me. Graham and the other fellow, they don't know. There's a man in the East. They suspect him, too. And if they get him, why, I... Oh, Charlie, give me this last chance.
Take your chance and go.
I'll go, Charlie. I'll go. Just give me a few days. Think of your mother. It'll kill your mother.
Yes, it would kill my mother. Oh, take you a few days and then get away from here.
Well, everybody's back back from church, I see. You're all looking very pleased.
How was church, Charlie? Did you count the house? Turn anybody away?
No. Seats enough for everyone.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Show's had such a long run, I thought maybe attendance might be falling off.
Anything special on the noon broadcasts, Charles?
I haven't been listening, Emmy. Joe has. I've been out on the back porch.
Nothing special, but they said they'd caught that fellow.
Did Roger go
The
upstairs?
fellow they call the Merry Widow Murderer.
Mama, did Roger... What did you say, Papa?
They caught that Strangler fellow
Oh, they did they? Where?
up in Maine, Portland, Maine. Didn't catch him exactly. He was running from police at the airport. They were about to nab him when he ran plunk into the propeller of an airplane. Cut him to pieces. They identified him by his clothes. Shirts were all initials C-O''H. Pretty fancy having your shirts initialed. It must have been an Irish fellow, C-O''H.
Well, he deserved it. Never cared much for reading about that case. Come help with lunch, Charlie.
As for me, I think I'll go upstairs and wash up. I'm hungry.
Oh, Charlie, that young fellow from the survey was around asking for you.
He was?
Yep. Said he'd call around again after lunch.
And I really don't know when I've been so hungry. See you at the lunch table, Charlie.
Glad I came along while you were out in the front yard, Charlie. It's more private out here.
Yes, I know. I came out to wait for you. Papa said you were coming back after lunch.
Well, we got a wire from Maine. They called us off the job. I'm just coming up for air.
Me too. Now that it's over, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to pretend that the whole dreadful thing never happened.
You won't have to pretend much. Nothing did happen.
Oh, look, here are Mother's gloves. She must have dropped them. Oh, Mother and her gloves. She's always losing things.
What's the matter?
I was laughing. It's been so long since I laughed.
I like it when you laugh. And I like it when you don't. I guess I like you whatever you do. I guess I like you.
I'm glad. I like you, too.
Funny how you happen to meet someone and like them and like them. Isn't it, Charlie?
Yes, it is. I'd like us to be friends. I know that we are friends. I'd like to have that to think about.
Nothing more?
I don't know, Jack. I just don't know yet.
All right. But I'd like to come back.
Oh, please do. Please come back.
Well, what are you two doing standing out here in the middle of the lawn? When I was your age, we sat in the parlor.
Hello, Mr. Oakley. I was saying goodbye to Charlie.
You all finished here, Mr. Graham?
All finished. But I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh?
Not on business, though.
Well, I can understand you coming back. Charlie's a fine girl. She's the thing I love most in the world.
Really?
Yes, I mean it. Well, have a nice trip, Mr. Graham, but don't take any more photographs without permission. Rights of man, you know. Freedom.
We'll have a talk about freedom someday, Mr. Oakley. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Graham.
Goodbye, Charlie. For now.
Goodbye.
You like to go for a walk, Charlie?
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Oh, come now. That other business, it's all over. I'd like to forget it. We're all happy here, and I'm going to build a new house for you folks. Give it to you as a present.
When are you leaving?
I'm not going, you see. I'm not going. I want to settle down. Live in a place where people know me, have some money in the bank, some sort of business, be part of the family.
I see.
The most sensible thing for you to do is to be friends with me. I can do a lot for you, Charlie. I can do a lot for all of you.
No, not you. We don't want anything from you. Oh, I wish I'd told my mother about you. I wish I had.
What could you tell? Who'd believe you? A waltz running through your head? You don't like the initials in a ring, and you connect it all up with a newspaper clipping. And now you haven't even got the ring. I don't know what became of it.
Well, you have it. I gave it to you in that little bar that night.
And I gave it back to you.
No. No, you didn't at all.
Yes, I did, Charlie.
I don't want you here, Uncle Charlie. You and your lies and your fears and your evil. I don't want you to touch my mother. So go away. I'm warning you. Go away or I'll kill you myself. You see, that's the way I feel about you.
Dear, have you decided what you're going to wear for your uncle's lecture at the club meeting tonight?
I'm not going to go, Mama.
What's that, dear? Why, you're joking.
No, I've heard Uncle Charlie's speech. He was rehearsing it on the porch this afternoon, and anyway, somebody has to stay and get things ready for the party.
Oh, but we're all getting dressed up, dear, and everything. Your father's going to wear his tuxedo, and I have the new dress Uncle Charlie bought me.
I know, but I'd rather stay home and have everything ready for the party when you all get back. Please, Mama. I'd like it better that way.
All right, dear. Did you know that Uncle Charlie got some champagne for tonight? 3 bottles.
Yes, I know.
Now, Mr. Oakley, I thought champagne was only for battleships.
Not tonight, Mr. Green. I'd like to propose a toast to... Well, where did young Charlie go?
Yeah, she disappeared a moment ago.
I guess she's out in the kitchen for a moment, Mrs. Potter. Will you have another sandwich?
Oh, thank you, Emmy. No, I have to remember my figure, you know.
Well, then how about you, Mrs. Green? What would you like?
Oh, I'll have just one more little one, Emmy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to propose a toast myself. To our distinguished visitor, to the man who has made the best speech heard in this town for years, to that very good fellow, Mr. Charles Oakley. We don't get many speakers of your caliber, Mr. Oakley.
Yes, isn't he just wonderful?
Why, thank you, Mrs. Potter. I particularly appreciate that from you.
Why, here's Charlie now. Where have you been, for goodness sake, dear?
Well, I nearly forgot my ring. I took it off in the kitchen while I was fixing things.
Oh, yes, Charlie, show everybody your ring. It was a present to young Charlie from her uncle, you see. It's an emerald, a real one.
Yes, Uncle Charlie's been keeping it for me. I nearly lost it last week, but I remembered it tonight and went up and got it while you were all at the lecture. Isn't it beautiful, everybody? Isn't it beautiful, Uncle Charlie?
Yes. Yes, it is. Good emeralds are the most beautiful thing in the world. Charlie, you're just in time for my toast. A farewell toast. I hate to break the news to you like this, but tomorrow I must leave Santa Rosa.
Why, Charles?
Oh, not forever, Emmy.
Well, if that isn't the strangest coincidence. Why, I was planning to go to San Francisco myself tomorrow morning.
Well, is anything wrong, Charles?
Oh, Emmy, darling, I didn't mean to spoil your fun tonight, but I got a letter today, that's all, and I have to catch the early morning train.
Oh, but I can't bear it if you go, Charles.
Oh, Emmy, I'll be back.
Well, you see, everybody, we were so close growing up, and then Charles went away, and I got married, and then, well, you know how it is. You sort of forget you're you. You're your husband's wife.
Yes, Mama, that's what you are. But you're you, too.
We'll be looking for you, Mr. Oakley. We feel you are one of us, don't we, Margaret?
Oh, indeed we do. And I want to thank you on behalf of our club members.
Thank you, Mrs. Green. You've all been very kind.
Roger, what did I tell you?
You the gentleman in room B?
I am.
Well, there's a Mrs. Potter in room F in car 142. Wants to see you after we pull out, sir.
Oh, thanks. And, Porter, there's one more bag of mine. I think it got taken into the next car by mistake. Will you get it, please? Ask around, see who has it. It's a big yellow Gladstone.
Yellow? Yes, sir. I'll go back and look.
Gee, the train's going to start. I don't want to get carried away. Oh, boy, maybe it's too late. Maybe I'll have to go along.
Oh, there's plenty of time, children. You run along and we'll follow.
Race you to the platform, man. Oh, you can run if you want to. I'm a lady, and ladies
Charlie,
don't
just a minute. Give me your hand.
Please. You know what I think about you.
I want you to know that I think you were right to make me leave, Charlie. Best for your mother, best for all of us. You saw what happened to her last night. She's not very strong, you know, and I don't think she could stand the shock. I remember once when she was a little girl.
Oh, the train's moving now.
Don't be silly. There's lots of time. Listen, Charlie, I want you to forget all about me. Forget that I ever came to Santa Rosa.
Your hands. Please let me get the door open, Uncle Charlie. The train's really moving now.
I know it is, and we'd better get the door open.
Let me go, Uncle Charlie.
No, my dear, no, I won't. I'm going to help you forget me. I've got to do this, Charlie, so long as you know what you do about me.
Let me go.
Let's get the outside door open. Two. Here, this way. Not yet, Charlie. Let it get a little faster. A little faster. And there's another train coming along the other track. You can meet it. Charlie, you can meet it. Soon now.
No.
Soon. Now.
Grab him, Saunders! Grab him!
Santa Rosa has gained and lost a son that she can be proud of. Brave, generous, kindly, with all of the splendid dignity of fine...
I'm glad you were able to come, Jack. And thanks for standing outside here with me. I couldn't bear it inside the church. I couldn't have faced it at all without someone who knew. I did know more I couldn't tell you.
I know.
He thought the world was a horrible place. He couldn't have been very happy ever.
No.
He didn't trust people. He seemed to hate them. He hated the whole world. You know, he said that people like us had no idea what the world was really like.
Well, it's not quite as bad as he thought, but it needs a lot of watching. Seems to go crazy every now and then. Like your Uncle Charlie.
The memory of our loved ones, the beauty of their souls, the sweetness of their characters, live on with us forever.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring William Holden and Colleen Gray in Appointment with Danger. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The famous Canadian Mounted Police have a reputation for always getting their man. We have the same tenacious, persistent federal agents in our own country. And one of them is the Postal Inspector. In tonight's drama, Paramount Pictures has presented our agent with an assignment that turns into an exciting Appointment with Danger. And as our stars, we have that popular actor, William Holden. And playing opposite him, lovely Colleen Gray. Now, Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Alec Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine. The United States Post Office is the biggest business in the world. Every year it handles 45 billion pieces of mail, and enough money to pay off the personal debts of everyone in the country. Policing that activity is the job of 800 postal inspectors. This is an account of one of those jobs, and it begins in La Porte, Indiana, where a few hours ago, the body of Inspector Harry Gruber was found in an alley. And now in the city post office...
All right, Al, what you say makes sense, I suppose. Gruber was either drunk when they strangled him or asleep. But he never drank, so he must have been asleep.
Here in La Porte?
Well?
I don't believe it, Maury. He was killed somewhere else and brought here.
That could be any place. Gruber was on a floating assignment all over Indiana.
Yeah. Well, it's a rat race now.
Until we find that nun.
Nun? Oh, you mean one of those sisters?
That's right. She was passing that alley last night. She saw two men walking with Gruber, supporting him. When she asked if anything was wrong, one of the men said something about their friend being drunk, so she just kept going.
Well, don't try to blame her.
I'm not. Fortunately, she passed a policeman not long after and told him, but the cop was on a call. By the time he got back to the alley, all he found was Gruber's body.
Mm-hmm. What about that nun? Where is she?
We don't know. The police have checked every nun here in LaPorte. Not one of them was anywhere near that alley last night.
Well, did they bother to check the railroads?
Railroads, planes, and buses. Nothing.
Well, she's got to be around someplace. How many nuns are there, anyway?
I don't know, Al. I never counted them.
You're a big help.
I'll be even less help. I've got to get back to Washington tonight. From here on in, this is your case. Stay with it, Al.
Don't worry. I'll find that nun.
I hope so. But you've been chasing hoodlums for so long, you don't know how to treat ordinary people. Warm up, will you?
Oh, sure. I'll fall in love for you.
I don't think you could, because you don't know what a love affair is.
It's what goes on between a man and a .45 pistol that doesn't jam.
Al, let me tell you about you. That badge and a few law books have turned you into a nut. You don't like anybody, you don't believe anybody, you don't trust anybody. You think everybody has a pitch.
Everybody has. You, I, everybody. We're all working for ourselves. A better job, a little more dough, a round of applause. One way or another, everybody you meet is a pitch artist.
Skip it. Just keep me posted. And remember, the biggest thing on your side isn't a pair of brass knuckles. It's time and work and patience.
Thanks. Now, do you mind if I start trying to find out who killed Harry Gruber?
No, and I'm sure you will, Al, because you're a good cop. That's about all you are.
Ahern from Goddard. Have lead on nun. Railroad brakeman reports seeing 2 nuns aboard express same night Gruber was killed. Train was en route to Fort Wayne, and so am I.
Mr. Goddard, the Mother Superior said you wanted to see me. I'm Sister Augustine.
I've been looking for you for 3 days, sister. I'm a post office inspector.
Oh, how nice.
I'm here investigating a murder.
Oh. Well, I'm sure we wouldn't know anything about that. This is a school, Mr. Goddard, an academy.
Yes, I know. I followed you here from LaPorte to Fort Wayne and now back here. But that's not important. What is that last Tuesday night you saw 3 men in an alley in LaPorte.
Why, yes. Yes, I did.
But you were on a train, weren't you?
Why, that's remarkable. How did you know?
Because I checked the bus lines and the airlines and the railroads. You were on a train that doesn't even stop at LaPorte.
Well, it certainly did on Tuesday night. There was a tie-up of some kind just outside the freight yard. The train stopped, and the conductor said we'd be delayed at least a half hour, so I got off.
Why?
To get some medicine at a drugstore. Sister Paula, I was traveling with her, wasn't feeling well.
Well, neither was the guy in the alley. He was dead. A government agent named Harry Gruber.
Oh, how terrible. Did he have a family?
What's the difference, sister? He's just as dead either way.
Really, Mr. Goddard?
The point is, could you identify either of the men who were in the alley with him?
Well, one of them, perhaps. He was rather pleasant. He told me the man was intoxicated.
Look, would you mind coming with me and checking the police files? They have quite a collection of pictures.
Oh, I couldn't, Mr. Goddard. I have classes in 10 minutes.
Sister, it's your job to go down there.
Isn't there someone else you can get?
Even if there were, you should know better. Letting someone else do your job is a design of the devil.
I'll see, Mother Superior. You're right about letting someone else do your job.
That was merely a quote.
Well, whoever said it is very true.
It's from the writings of Martin Luther.
Oh? From his earlier writings, I imagine. I'll be back in a moment, Mr. Goddard. I've never seen so many pictures in my life. It's so hard to believe these men were once children, little boys. Nice little boys, too.
I'm not so sure how nice they were, even as little boys.
They just didn't get the proper training.
This one did. It says here that he studied to be a carpenter. Then he murdered somebody with a hammer.
Mr. Goddard, I don't think that's the least... Oh!
Well?
This one. I think that's the man I saw in the alley. Yes, I'm sure it is.
George Soderquist, huh? Oh, let me have that card. Sergeant.
Find anything?
Fellow named Soderquist. You know him?
No, afraid not. What's his record?
3 arrests, armed robbery, 1 conviction. last known to be in Gary, Indiana.
I'll put a call through to Gary right away.
I'll give him a rundown. And also, tell him I'll bring Sister Augustine as long as an identifying witness.
Oh, I'm afraid the church authorities would frown on that, Mr. Goddard.
If we can't find Soderquist, don't worry. I'll have you back here in no time. I'll have Washington contact your bishop.
Meanwhile, Mr. Goddard, I'm returning to my classroom.
You do that, sister. I'll pick you up as soon as I get an okay.
Good evening. I'm Mother Ambrose.
My name's Goddard. I have a letter here from the bishop.
So I understand. Sit down, Sister Augustine.
Thank you, Mother Ambrose. I've come to Gary at the request of the police department.
We've been advised, Sister. You'll stay here at St. Michael's Parish House.
Thank you.
Is this Mr. Soderquist a friend of yours, Sister?
Oh, no. I picked him out of the mug book.
Mug book?
Just a phrase she picked up.
Oh. Will you be here long, Sister?
Until we can prefer charges against Soderquist for murder.
Are you sure he's a murderer, Mr. Goddard?
Yes. But he'll get a trial and everything the law allows.
But not one drop of charity.
Excuse me, please. There's a Lieutenant Goodman from the police. He's been here waiting for you to arrive.
You don't think very much of me, do you, sister?
I feel sorry for you, Mr. Goddard. I don't think you have a heart.
Well, fortunately, that doesn't seem to matter so much to the people I work for, so why don't you just forget
Right
me?
in here, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you. Got it?
Yeah.
I'm Dave Goodman, homicide.
Come on in. This is Sister Augustine.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, we've got your boy Soderquist staked out in the downtown pool room.
That's fine. We can't move, though, until the sister here identifies him.
Would you like to come down and have a look?
But Very well, Mr. Goodman.
Mother Ambrose, we'll be back shortly.
Where will you be if the bishop or someone should inquire?
I'll be downtown, Mother Ambrose, at the pool hall.
Well, not exactly, sister.
Oh?
There's a hock shop across the street. I've made arrangements with the proprietor. He has a fine view of the pool room.
Pool rooms? Hock shops?
Must I go?
With any luck, you'll be back here in an hour. Let's go, Goodman.
Better take another look across the street, sister. We've got to be certain.
But I've told you he's the man. The one wearing the coat.
That's Soderquist, all right.
Well, whoever he is, he's the man who spoke to me in that alley in LaPorte. And now I'll go back to the Parriage house if you don't mind.
Just a minute. That man with him, what about him?
I don't know. He may be the one who was with him in LaPorte, but I'm not sure.
The pool room's a known hangout for hoodlums. Got it? He may have a record.
Yeah, let's find out. The tail's still on Soderquist.
Sure.
Is that all, then?
For now, yeah. I'll take you back to St. Michael's.
No, please. You're going to be busy. I'll just get a taxi down at the corner. It's no trouble at all.
Alone? Well, I don't think you should...
Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Earl? This is Wiggis.
Well?
We're in trouble, Earl. 5 minutes ago, I'm driving down to meet Soderquist at the pool room. Remember I told you about that nun in LaPorte? Well, she's here in Gary, the same nun, and a block away from the pool room. She's here for a reason, Earl.
I'll get hold of Soderquist.
No, keep him under cover.
Where'd she go, the nun?
I don't know. I was stuck with a traffic light. But I'm going to cut this town open and find her. I'm going to find her, see, before she finds me.
You might just as well stay here at headquarters, Goddard. I'll be bringing in Soderquist any minute now.
Yeah. Say, you know this town, Goodman. Tell me why a couple of gunzels would knock off Harry Gruber.
Well, robbery, say?
For dough? If you're a government cop, you have to marry money to buy a stick of gum. Why would they go to all that trouble taking his body to LaPorte? You know, when a hood kills a man, it's the hood who leaves town.
Could be because they wanted to stay here in Gary.
It'd be interesting to have Soderquist tell us.
Homicide, Goodman. Where? All right. Shake down the district and send some men over to his apartment. I want him in here.
You don't have to tell me. He jumped the tail.
Any other time, it's a cinch. This time we draw a nearsighted cop.
Well, we got to head him off. How tight can you seal this town?
Real tight.
Okay, lock it up. Without him, we haven't got a lead.
We'll have him in here tonight.
If you want me, I'll be at the post office. That is, if it hasn't been stolen.
I can tell you this much, Goddard. I've been postmaster here for 10 years, and all that time I've never known Harry Gruber to do anything but hit town and make a routine check.
But this time you say he suddenly became interested in 3 of your truck drivers.
Well, yes. These are their photographs. Gruber sat here and brooded over those files all one afternoon. I don't know for sure, but I'd guess it had something to do with the transfer of money between the 2 stations.
What 2 stations?
Well, here in Gary, we have 2 railroad stations. On through shipments, we transfer from one station to the other by mail truck.
Big shipments?
The one from Cleveland's a Lulu.
And one of these 3 drivers always handles the run between the 2 stations?
Yes. And that's the last question Gruber asked me. He left here, and 6 hours later, he was dead in LaPorte.
I bet he called on this guy first, Paul Farrar.
Well, Farrar's one of the 3 drivers, all right.
Says here on his record sheet that he was offered a better job, but he turned it down. Now, why would he turn down a $500 a year raise to keep driving a truck?
I think he said he'd like to be out of doors.
$500 worth?
He's on duty now. I'll send for him.
No. I just want a quick glimpse. If he's the one I have in mind, that's all I'll need.
He'll be down at the loading platform. This way, Goddard. You see the registry board over there? Well, that's Farrar carrying the sack.
This is quite a break, Taylor. I told you that Soderquist was talking to someone in the pool room. Well, that's who he was talking to, Farrar. Look, you better phone Washington. Get Ahern back in town. And meanwhile, I want a list of all your money transfers.
Well, there's nothing missing, Goddard. So Gruber wasn't killed because he found Farrar stealing money.
Look, a cheat kills his wife for one of 2 reasons. Either she's caught him cheating or she hasn't given him the chance. Same way with money.
You mean Gruber found out about a deal or something between Farrar and Soderquist?
Between George Soderquist and somebody else. That's the big one, Taylor. Who is the somebody else?
Now on.
Regis. Stay where you are, Earl. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
The nun, you found her, huh?
Yeah. A place called St. Michael's School.
Well?
Not yet, Earl. But I got a way to do it. Sometime early tomorrow morning.
Continue with this week's production of the Hollywood Radio Theater in just a moment. Make a friend and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Take the famous all-Negro basketball team, the Harlem Globetrotters. As unofficial ambassadors, in 1 year they played ball before more than 1 million people on 4 continents. In Rio de Janeiro, they entertained crowds of from 30,000 to 50,000. During one summer, they toured Europe and Africa, chalking up another 600,000 fans. In 1952, they celebrated their 25th anniversary as a team by circling the globe. Yes, sir, the team, organized by Abe Saperstein, really gets around. And their exhibitions have been more than just a demonstration of American basketball. They've been a lot more. The team is a living example of American fair play and sportsmanship, in and out of uniform. Abe Saperstein now carries a letter which reads in part, "The Harlem Globetrotters have proved themselves ambassadors of goodwill. On any future tours, please call on us for any help we can give." And the letter is signed by the United States State Department. In being ambassadors of fair play, the Harlem Globetrotters prove that by helping others, you help your country. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Al Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine, with Dan Riss as Ahern. It's the following morning. The man called Regis has entered a third-rate hotel and gone directly into the manager's office.
Well, what about the nun? She got lucky. Makes sense, Riggers. Fixing the roof of the school. Tile. Big hunks of tile. Yeah. So accidentally a big piece of tile falls down just when she's walking past. And like I said, Earl, she got lucky.
Well, I'm glad she did.
You get Soderquist?
He's upstairs. You know, you're making too many mistakes, Riggers. killing Gruber was a mistake.
It happened.
Now forget about the nun. We may never hear from her again.
Soderquist will hear plenty from her. There's a police call out for him.
You sure she can identify him? And what about you?
No. But Soderquist could identify me.
Well, we've got to get him out of here.
Then we'll think about that nun, huh? In case she did
I said forget about it. I'm still running things. Remember that.
Earl, if they ever get me in the back room of police headquarters, I'll remember it fine.
Come on, Ricketts. Let's go out and see George.
Hi, Earl. Riggers. Sit down, fellas. How about a cup of coffee, huh?
I got rules in this hotel, George. No hot plates. It's a fire hazard.
Huh? Oh. I fixed the room up pretty good, huh?
You got to get out of here, George. You see, you've been identified by that sister.
You don't know for sure. You told me you didn't know for sure.
We can't afford to take a chance, you know that.
So you better go to St. Louis for a while.
St. Louis? I don't even know anybody in St. Louis.
You're not going there to run for office, you know, George. You're going to protect yourself and us.
Come on, let's start packing. I'll help you.
No, I'm not going. I told you I didn't want to go. You know what's coming up.
You'll be taken care of.
How do I know?
Because I say so.
Earl, listen to me. That's the most money I ever heard of. If I'm dealt out now, I don't have a prayer.
Start packing, George.
I'm not going. I'm staying here until it... Regis, no. What did I ever do to you?
And this is Mr. Ahern. Sister Augustine, Mother Ambrose.
Mother Ambrose.
You see, Mr. Ahern is just as much interested in that accident this morning as I am.
That piece of tile, sister, it fell without any warning at all?
One of the workmen must have left it too near the edge of the roof.
Well, while we're looking for Soderquist, you might be able to help us with the other man in the alley. I'd like you to go through that rogues gallery again.
No. That's a waste of time. Sister, I want you to go back to Fort Wayne.
Well, why the switch, Al? I thought we were...
Well, it's a matter of common sense. Sister, while you're here in Gary, we're responsible for anything that happens to you, like this accident.
Oh, there's no need to worry about me, Mr. Goddard. I have a guardian angel.
You have a what?
A guardian angel.
It's a new idea to Mr. Goddard, sister.
Look, Maury, I've got nothing against angels. I just want her to get back to Fort Wayne before she gets hurt.
You told me once not to let anyone else do my job. It's my duty to stay, and I'm staying.
All right, stay.
Oh, there's the dinner bell. I'm afraid you must excuse us, gentlemen.
And don't worry, Mr. Goddard. I'll be all right.
What would happen, Maury, if we put the screws to Farrar?
No, you'd blow the whole thing, so don't try anything fancy just because you're worried about that knot.
I'm not worried about her. I just want to find some quick way to shake up Farrar and to find Soderquist.
Forget the quick ways. You just stick to straight police work. Come on, let's get out of here. Oh, by the way, Al.
Yeah?
The nun. What's her pitch?
Hello, Farrar. You want to play pool, or would you rather talk?
Get going, Mac.
Me? I'd sooner talk.
Oh, you're real friendly, huh? You don't know me.
Paul Farrar, P.O. serial number 20754.
Are you a cop?
Postal Inspector Al Goddard. I followed you here.
Oh, I see.
Now, there's a nice, quiet little table in the corner. Let's sit down, huh?
What do you got some questions or something?
Yeah, a few. How would you like to go to prison for the murder of Harry Gruber?
What's the matter with you? You're crazy? I don't even know any Harry Gruber.
I believe you. But I can rig it so a jury won't. I can break every alibi you've got, and I can prove that you know George Soderquist. That you were with him the night that Gruber was killed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's very simple, Farrar. I'm going to railroad you for Gruber's murder.
Why? Why go out and just pick a guy up out of thin air? What's the point?
The point is that I'll forget the whole thing if I can get the right price. $25,000.
Oh, this is just a nice little shakedown, huh?
Well, it's my welfare work. I wouldn't want to see you go to prison.
Now, where would I get $25,000?
Your friends. And you can tell them that I know why you turned down that $500 raise.
That doesn't mean a thing.
You can also tell them that I know why you drive that mail truck. Because if you don't, all their plans for that robbery go right out the window.
Look, I don't believe any of this. Not about Soderquist or the robbery or this shakedown. I don't even believe you're a cop.
Then check around. Meanwhile, I'm at the Park Hotel. Talk to your friends, Farrar. And get that money. If you don't, I'm going to frame you and wreck every chance they ever had to pull that robbery.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Wait. Why are you doing this?
I told you. For $25,000. And I want that money by midnight, or I catch the late train for Washington.
Yes? Me, Farrar.
Well?
Well, there's no such thing as $25,000.
Okay, beat it.
You mean you'd still frame me?
Sure I would.
Look, I know some of the men that Soderquist knows, and I've talked to them. But they haven't got that kind of money, and I'm not in whatever they're doing.
Oh, sure,
But
sure.
I'll go along with you in any way I can.
Is that why you're here?
Well, they want to meet you. They say they'll try to work out something. I think they're scared.
Yeah, scared to death.
Well?
Look, I don't want to talk to any third parties. There'll be no tape recordings and no tricks. I'm going to talk to you and you alone. But as far as I'm concerned, the talk's finished.
Now, look, give me a break, will you? I haven't anything to do with this.
I don't believe a word you've said, except there isn't any that kind of money. Okay, I'll buy my racing stable some other time. Meanwhile, I'll concentrate on being a hero.
Will you listen to me? It's not my fault.
Forget the deadline. You've met it.
I'm the one that's going to go to prison. What can I do?
That's your problem.
You still going to take that train to Washington?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Get going, Farrar. Get out of here.
Yes?
This is Goddard. I just thought I'd call you, Maury. I've checked out of the hotel, and I'm counting on somebody to beat my brains out in about 30 minutes.
Al, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, it's one of those quick plans, the kind you don't approve of. But I got a pretty fair chance of finding out who killed Harry Gruber. They've got plenty of reasons now to want me.
Oh, I've told you a dozen times not to try. Where are you? I'll be right over.
Sorry, Maury, but I'm on my way.
Well, you're waking up, huh, Mr. Goddard? How do you feel?
Oh, great.
You better keep the ice bag. It'll keep the swelling down. I'm some nursey, huh?
Do you mind telling me just where I am?
Oh, sure. 4th floor, Compton Hotel. Your friends are waiting for you.
Oh, fine. They were real glad to see me. They met me at the railroad station. Well, who are you, honey?
Me? Hotel stenographer. Drafted for the emergency. I think he feels like talking, Earl.
Get lost, Dodie.
Sure, honey, sure. Get lost.
Remember us?
Yeah, vaguely. But there were more than 2 of you, though.
You never should have tried to run, pal. Those lumps must be real painful.
Skip it, Riggers.
You know who I am?
Yeah, sure. Post office inspector.
You're not silly enough to think you might get away with this.
We can try.
Like Gruber?
We don't know Gruber.
It won't help to put me in concrete. There's too much interest left around. You look like a pretty smart guy. What are you hanging around with a gonif like this for?
Anybody ever weigh your head?
I'm talking to him.
I got 2 years of work tied up in this robbery, got it? I'm all set to go. I'm not going to give it up now.
What else can you do?
Now, that's just it. Farrar tells me you want $25,000 to keep quiet.
That was hours ago.
How do we know you're not a plant?
You don't. But I know what Gruber knew. With Farrar in your pocket, you've got a real big one on tap.
There's a law against robbing the mails, but there's nothing that says you can't talk about it. We're kidding, naturally.
Oh, sure.
No, we haven't got $25,000. But there's close to $1 million in this idea we're working on. We could cut you in.
Why don't you wake up? You can't beat the mails. They got a system.
So have we. With your help, we can make it foolproof. That's why you're still alive.
No, thanks.
You know, you're the one who's on the spot, Goddard, not us. Sure, we'd have to fold, but if we do, you won't be around to know the difference. So, think it over.
You, keeping me here?
That's right.
I'm due back at work in the morning. They'll start checking.
You can skip a day.
It'll look funny.
Look, get this straight, Goddard. Until you prove out you're going nowhere. Nowhere we don't want you to.
There's nothing to prove out. I'm a postal inspector like Gruber was. I came across something that looked phony, just like he did. Only I see it a little differently than Gruber. You can buy me out.
We could also kill you.
And kiss off $1 million haul? Now, your friend here knows better. Like he said, with my help, it's foolproof.
You know, I don't get it. You go along one way for years, and then you pull a complete switch. Why?
Well, sooner or later, every rooster wants to lay an egg.
Any special reason you want $25,000?
Yeah, the same reasons that you'd like $1 million. Only I'm not as greedy as you are.
Look, I told you before we haven't got it. If you want to cut to the robbery, okay. If you don't, get out.
If I walk out of here, your robbery goes out the window. And you go on running this two-bit hotel. For the next 10 years, you'll be changing sheets and putting drunks to bed. So don't get so tough.
Are you in or out?
I'm in. Now, you run your end any way you want, but I take full charge of the post office.
No? What's wrong with Farrar?
Look, someone else will pick up Farrar the same way I did. If I'm going to risk my neck, I'll do it my way. And one other thing. We got to make it look good downtown. I got to be free to move around on my job as usual.
Okay.
You sure we're giving him enough?
What does that mean, Riggis?
We're giving him his own way and a cut. Why don't we all just give him a right arm for old time's sake?
You know, sometimes you worry me, Riggis. Somewhere in your blood you got a crazy bug and it's swimming upstream night and day. You better get a cure or you'll kill us all.
All right, Earl, all right. We'll let it stand this way. But you got it. One bad move out of you and I'll put you on your back for good.
That's for tonight in the station, okay? All square and even?
Tough guy, huh, Earl? Real tough guy.
I just don't like to be shoved around. Okay, Earl. Now that I'm in, how about giving me some of the details?
But where are you, Al? Where are you phoning from?
Drugstore near the Compton Hotel, my new address.
You all right, huh?
Yeah, I'm all right. Now listen, Maury. We were right about the robbery. It's $1 million reserve stick-up.
How'd you find out about it?
Well, one thing led to another, and I agreed to help them.
Help them? You know what you're saying?
Now, don't worry, I'm not going through with the robbery. Now, look, get a rundown on these two names. Earl Bedecker and Joe Regas.
How long before the robbery?
Oh, maybe 10 days. Enough time to shop on Gruber and get out with my skin. Now, if we could only tie in Soderquist, we'd have... I'll call you back.
Hello.
Hi.
Remember me?
Ah, yes, my favorite nurse.
What are you doing out? Can't you phone from the hotel?
Can't you?
Oh, I don't want to use the phone. I'm just buying some new records. You like pop?
I think I'm starting to.
I got some new ones here. Come on back to the hotel. I got a record player up in my room.
Ah, I'd like that fine, Dodie. But what about Earl? Will he be there, too?
Earl don't ever have to worry about me.
But what about me? Do you think Earl has to worry about me?
That's something I wonder about. Coming, Mr. Goddard? Or do you have to make another phone call?
I'm fresh out of dimes, honey. Let's go.
Act 3 of the Hollywood Radio Theater will continue in just a few moments. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. In 1864, Clara Barton gave up a successful job in the patent office in Washington and devoted the rest of her life to bringing physical and mental aid to the wounded and dying on the battlefield. At first, it was the soldiers of the American Civil War. But when the war ended, she was forced to go abroad to recuperate from nervous exhaustion. While she was in Switzerland, Napoleon declared war on Prussia. Clara Barton was urged to return to her own country, but she refused. She felt it was her duty to remain in Europe and help the wounded of this new war. It didn't make any difference to her if they were French or Prussian. She didn't ask the nationality of the sufferer when she stopped the flow of blood from a soldier's wound. In spite of many inconveniences and hardships, she traveled across the rugged German countryside to reach the Prussian front lines. But there she was told that the only way she could be allowed into a frontline camp would be as a prisoner of war. Clara Barton agreed, and as a prisoner until the end of the war, she continued to do her work with the wounded Prussian soldiers. After the war, she remained in Europe to help the defeated French. When she sailed for home in 1873, grateful Europeans bestowed on her many medals of honor, including the Gold Cross of Remembrance, the Jewel of the Red Cross, and the Iron Cross of Merit. Once again, an unselfish American had discovered that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
Act 3 of Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Al Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine, with Dan Riss as Ahern. It's the following morning, and Al Goddard is once again in the visitor's room at St. Michael's School, this time with a snapshot for Sister Augustine.
You won't approve of my methods in getting this picture, sister. I stole it from a girlfriend of a gentleman named Earl Bedecker, but I doubt if she'll miss it.
Why, it's a picture of Mr. Soderquist.
That's right, Soderquist and friends. And I think one of these other men was with him that night in the alley. And this one. His name is Joe Regas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Goddard, but I just can't be certain.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Yes, I told you to stay indoors because you're in danger. And where did I find you? Out in the playground with a bunch of kids.
Now, you won't frighten me away from those children.
Here. This is for you.
A revolver? Mr. Goddard, please. Now, put it away at once.
It'll protect you. Take it as a personal favor.
I didn't know you could afford personal feelings.
All right, it's not personal. It's routine.
You know, with a little practice, you could be quite a nice man. Now, put that gun back in your pocket, and I'll show you through the back way. It may be safer for you.
You're learning fast, sister.
I think the government expects a lot from young men.
Well, it's my job. I have to take the risk.
Well, they should get some of those politicians to do it.
When I'm in trouble, sister, I'll quote you. Now, you be careful.
I will. But remember, I have that guardian angel.
I've got one, too. It's in my pocket.
Only mine never misses. Goodbye, Mr. Goddard.
You sure you know what you're doing, Al, coming here to the post office?
Part of my deal with Bedecker is to keep acting like a cop. Relax, it's okay.
Well, what's this big news you mentioned on the phone?
Bedecker's changed his mind. He's moved the date up. They've set the robbery for tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow was going to be a week from tomorrow. If he suspects anything,
I can't figure out whether he does or not. But there's one thing for sure. He's set on tomorrow, and I can't stall it. And he's found a perfect flaw. The reserve shipment from Cleveland to Logansport.
A flaw?
Yeah. There's no through train from Cleveland to Logansport. The money's transferred from one train to the other right here in Gary.
Yes, but it's protected all the way by armored trucks and machine guns.
All except that 7 minutes here in Gary. It travels from one station to the other in a single mail truck. One man and a .45 pistol. It's a great scheme.
So you had to tackle the whole thing by yourself?
Well, this time I did.
Because you got soft-hearted about a nun?
Look, she's our star witness to Gruber's murder. We've got to protect her. All right, you've got a badge. Why don't you arrest me for perjury?
How can I? It's the first time I've ever liked you.
Look, we've got to find Soderquist.
We have found him.
You've what?
Soderquist is dead, murdered. Goodman's men found the body early this morning in the canal.
You boys keeping secrets or something?
Oh, now take it easy.
Take it easy. The Gruber case blows up in our faces.
Look, I had to wait till I talked to Washington.
Oh, fine, yeah. Now I suppose they want us to go ahead with the robbery.
We've got nothing this way that would last 5 minutes in court. We'd get them on a charge like that, and one of them will break on Gruber. Well, can you think of any other way?
Okay, I'm going back to the hotel.
Just bail out in time, you hear me?
Yeah, sure. I hear you.
Hello?
Maury Goddard. I just got back to the hotel, and the desk said you'd been calling me.
Where are you?
I'm in a booth around the corner.
I put you in a bad hole, Al. Right after you left my office, one of the guards found Farrar. He was hiding.
Farrar?
Just outside my office. He's sure to have heard everything we were talking about. But he slugged the guard and got away. You haven't seen him yet, have you?
No, not yet. But let him alone. Don't even look for him.
He's bound to get to Bedecker and tell him, so pull out now and run. Don't walk.
I got some things up in my room. I'll get him and meet you in 20 minutes.
Oh, we've been waiting for you, Al.
How you doing, Inspector?
What's wrong?
Why, who says anything's wrong?
Nobody, but I opened my door and find you here, so...
We've been waiting for you, that's all. Now, let's get moving.
Where? What's this all about?
Just a final check of the plans. We're driving out to the shack. Cronin and Connor will meet us out there.
Now?
Now, pal, now.
You got a face a foot long. You just lose your best friend?
I'm my best friend.
That's what he means. Come on, let's get started.
about the two sedans, Cronin?
Yeah, we borrowed them out of that parking lot. I've been casing them every day for a month. You got no worries.
All right, let's look at the map again. Now, at the end of 4 minutes, the mail truck will be right here. That's point A.
We've been through this 100 times.
We'll go through it again. It's what happens after we grab the door that bothers me.
It's simple. We turn west off the boulevard to point B. We switch the cars, and then we... Sit down, Goddard. Sit down. Earl will answer.
Hello. All right, Doty, what is it? I don't want him out here. He what? Okay, thanks. Farrar called Doty.
Anything happen?
I don't know.
Farrar's coming here?
Yeah, that's right. He's on his way.
I told him to stay away from us. All of us.
You're jumping all over the place, Al. Settle down. It can't matter that much.
Well, if he's followed, it could matter $1 million worth.
Farrar knows what he's doing. Now, let's get back to the map. Now, after point B, these 3 cross streets have got to be blocked off. That's Riga's job. Roadblocks, detour signs.
If anybody sees us, we're dead. Remember that, Regis. The whole job depends on not being recognized.
If anybody slips, it won't be me. What about Pal here? Goddard?
I'll be at the mail truck. Among other things, there's a little matter of making sure we grab the right pouch. Now, what about point C, Earl?
There's $1 million waiting for us. But if we're seen, we'll be running for the rest of our lives. Okay, about... We'll be back here at the shack. We'll make another switch of the cars, and then we'll be...
Oh, Earl, I got to talk to... Well, put down the gun, Goddard.
What are you doing here, Farrar?
Well, it's about tomorrow, Earl. I got to make sure. Hey, what's he got to go point a gun at me for?
Maybe we ought to rent you a memory. Earl told you to keep away. After this thing happens, the town's going to be flooded with federal men. We're all going to be in a spot, so the first guy who talks is going to get a headache he can't cure. You understand, Farrar?
Yeah, sure.
Anything else, Earl?
No, let's break this up.
I'll drive back to town with Farrar.
But why can't
You heard him. The next time you want to see me, phone the hotel.
Let's go, Farrar.
I don't trust him, Earl. Punk Farrar.
He's scared. He'll do what he's told.
Like Soderquist? Soderquist was scared, too.
Now, no more of that stuff. I've had enough of it.
Look, our luck's gone bad, Earl. It went bad that night in the alley.
Stop thinking about that nun.
You want to know why I think about her? Because I'm hot and you're not. And sometime years from now, maybe when the rest of you are all scattered, somebody's going to tap me on the shoulder. That's why I think about it.
Yeah, but you're clear. Soderquist is dead, and you say she never even saw you.
Yeah. And sometimes I believe that. Sometimes for as long as 2 or 3 minutes at a stretch.
Just watch how and where you drive, Farrar. There's a gun in your ribs. You behave yourself, you keep away, and you might get off with 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10? Oh, thanks. That's sure going to help with my love life.
It's more romantic than being dead. Now, drop me off at the hotel.
Come in.
Hi.
Hi. I was just going to pour one. Join me?
No, thanks, Dodie. Can we turn off that music for a minute?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Earl come back yet?
Uh-uh. Unless he's downstairs.
Dodie, what did Farrar want when he called you?
Oh, all he said was he had to talk to Earl. He sounded real nervous. What did he lose, an ML stamp?
You know, Dodie, I'd give an awful lot to know what goes on behind that makeup.
For instance. You afraid of me, Al?
Does Earl ever get jealous?
He understands. You can put strings on good women or bad women. But you can't do anything about the lazy ones.
You can beat them.
They stay about the same. Can't make them do the right thing or the wrong thing. They're lazy. They do the easy thing.
And if Earl found me here with you now, alone?
I don't know. But it sounds real exciting.
A little too exciting, honey. Oh, if Earl asks for me...
Yeah?
Tell him I'm at the post office making a final check.
It looks like we're set, Al. Goodman's bringing his boys here tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock.
And that'll give you over an hour. Okay. Now, just tell him to be careful. I'll be riding in the hold-up car. And don't close in until we're all back at that shack. Now, what about Farrar?
Goodman's tailing him. He'll pick him up at noon tomorrow. He'll be safer in jail.
I'll keep him there. Bedecker doesn't want him around either until it's all over.
Where you go now, Al?
Now, back to the hotel by way of St. Michael's School.
Go back to Fort Wayne. Is that it, Mr. Goddard?
That's right, sister. Police matron will stop by tomorrow afternoon and go with you.
There's nothing else that I can do?
Well, with Soderquist dead, I'm afraid you're out of it.
I haven't been of much help, have I? Goodbye, Mr. Goddard. I'll remember you in my prayers.
Thank you, sister. If you haven't anything else, at least now I've got a good lawyer.
Well, we better start. It's almost 5 o'clock. Anything from you, Al?
No. Now, look. Just don't get gun happy. You can rob Fort Knox and live, but steal a dime and kill a post office clerk, and they'll spend the rest of their lives running you down.
All right, start moving, Cronin. Now, there's one other thing, but I'll tell you later in the car. We're changing point C.
Right.
What do you mean you're changing point C?
Sounds simple, pal. We're changing it.
I found out just a couple of hours ago.
Found out what?
There's a better road to the shack. There's less traffic. So we're changing point C. Is there any reason why we shouldn't?
No, I guess not.
You're not driving, so don't let it worry you. Now, where's your coat?
In my room.
Well, get it, and go out through the lobby. Meet me in the back.
Inspector's office, Ahern.
I'm phoning from my room, Maury, but there's no time, so don't ask questions.
Go ahead.
They've just changed point C. I don't know the new location. That means you'll have to watch all the roads in case there's a slip-up. If there isn't, they'll wind up as scheduled at the shack. Now, I won't have a chance to...
I'd say you pulled a boner, Al.
I'd say so, too, Dodie.
I heard what you just said on the phone. Might help if I hadn't been with Earl for so long.
You gonna tell him?
If I told him, he'd have to kill you. That'd make me, what do they call it, accessory or something?
And you don't love anybody that much.
Not 25 years worth. I'm a loser either way. Suppose they get away with all that dough this afternoon. Be wearing mink coats and hideouts and hamburger joints. Living on the run till they catch up with Earl.
Well, at least you read the book. What are you going to do, Dodie?
When you walk out, I'm going to pack my bag and leave. I'm going to forget names and faces and what's going to happen to all of you in the next hour or so.
They can still get you for withholding information.
Not if I tell a government agent. So I'm telling you, they're going to hold up a mail truck. I got to pack, so goodbye.
You won't get a gold star, but thanks anyway.
Don't bother. Earl was good to me. I hope he kills you.
Calling car 73. Calling Inspector Ahern. This is Goodman calling car 73.
Come in, Goodman.
They pulled the job. Everything is scheduled except Regas.
Regas, what about him?
We followed his car from 4th Street. He's gone to the railroad station. He could be skipping town by train, but it doesn't make sense.
Forget Regas. Stick to your schedule.
Right. See you later at the shack.
Afternoon, sister.
Good afternoon.
I'm from the police department. We'd like to talk to you.
But I thought I was to go back to Fort Wayne.
Yeah, sure, later.
Well, if you think you need me. Oh, the matron. She's getting our tickets. I'd better go and tell
Now, look,
her.
there isn't any time. My partner will tell her. This way, sister. My car's just outside.
Where's Regas, Earl? Why isn't he here?
I don't know, and I don't like it. We'll wait 5 minutes if he doesn't show by
What is this place, anyway?
I told you, the new point C. It used to be a quarry or something.
Earl, he's coming. Regas.
All right, get him over here. You and Gunner stow the money in back of his car.
Hey, he's heading for the shed. He's got someone in the car with him.
What's he talking about? What shed?
There's an old tool shed back there. Come on, Gunner. We're wasting time.
Come on in, boys. Take a look. I found her, see? The nun.
What's he talking about?
An old friend, Al. An old friend of Regas from LaPorte.
She's been to the police. She told me. And she got a little noisy, Earl, so I stuffed her mouth.
What else did she tell you?
Nothing yet. Now that we're all here, she's going to tell plenty.
You're crazy, Regas. Do you want us to get off?
Stop arguing. We haven't got time.
How about it, Earl, okay?
I don't know.
She knows about the robbery. She's seen us, all of us.
Killing her isn't going to do any good. Besides, who'd touch her? She's a nun.
Regas could do it.
Real quick, pal.
Oh, what harm can she do us? She doesn't know our names or anything about us.
If we're caught, she can identify us.
If we're caught, we're through anyway.
Look, you're here on a free ride, Goddard. Don't come to the party and give away drinks.
Take her gag off, Regas. I said take the gag off.
Yeah, sure.
Now listen to me, sister. We'll take your word. You've never seen us. You can't identify us. We'll take your word.
Thank you. But I couldn't give you my word about a thing like that.
What difference does it make?
A great deal. I couldn't let my silence be used as a weapon against the law.
But you're not hired to defend the law.
I'm sorry. I cannot give you my word.
All right, Regas. Take her out back somewhere.
Come on, lady.
Leave her alone.
Lie down, Rover.
You need a new mouth, Regas.
Please don't. Please, somebody stop the fighting.
Come on, Frank, get up. We got to get out of here.
For this, we got time, maybe. With $1 million to split, just pray for a tie.
Mr. Goddard, he's got a gun!
I had to do it, Earl. Was Regas or me?
Yeah.
Well, what are you waiting for? If those shots were heard, we're going to be in trouble.
You're already in trouble, Mr. Goddard. Now, drop the gun. The sister knows you, huh? Well, you picked a talky partner. How far's it gone?
It's a fix all the way. The whole area's staked out for miles around.
Only we got you and we got her.
Leave her here. I'll see that you get through the police.
No, thanks.
You don't have a chance, Earl. Leave her alone. I promise to get you through.
For what? To grab 20 minutes of air and die on a back road?
Right now, 20 minutes is a lot of time.
All right, get out to the car. Sister, you're either lucky or living right. You drive, Gunner.
That's just a warning, Medicker. We've got you surrounded. Put your hands up and start walking.
Get around to the back. There's a path through the woods.
The money. We got $1 million in the car.
We'll give you 5 seconds.
We got nothing. You heard what he said. It's a fix all the way. The dough's phony. Come on.
Hell, look, they're closing in. They're back there, too.
Then shut up and start shooting.
I'm Lieutenant Goodman, Benedict. We're taking you to a hospital. If you got anything to say, you better say it now.
I'm gonna die, huh?
You asked for it, Benedict.
Yeah, sure. Well, where's Goddard?
I'm here, Earl.
It's too bad.
I'd walk over, but I can't. My leg. Your aim was a little low.
Just tell me one thing, will you? For the record, Al. Was the dough phony, too?
No, it was real. You'll die rich, Earl.
Take it easy, Al.
Did you get them all?
We got them.
Mr. Goddard.
It's all right, sister. I'll make it. Now, you did fine. You sure you're not hurt?
No. When the shooting started, I just threw myself down on the floor. That's what the boys do at school when they play those terrible games.
Maury, get her on that train, will you? I think she wants to get back to those kids.
I've got a car waiting anytime you're ready, sister.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Goddard. God bless you.
Well, for once you were right, Maury. Somebody who doesn't have a pitch.
Al, if you stay with it and work real hard, one of these days you're going to qualify for the human race.
Thanks. I may join at that.
In a moment, our stars will return.
The occupation of the Japanese city of Yokosuka is a good example of democracy at work. The first thing our troops had to do was clean up their own area. But then they looked at the devastation, the sickness, and the low morale of the people around them, and they set to work. To create better living conditions, they demolished rotten, rat-infested buildings. They converted unused buildings into schoolrooms, gymnasiums, and chapels. And with their own funds, they furnished much of the equipment. For health, they covered the city giving anti-tuberculosis shots, typhoid inoculations, X-ray pictures, and smallpox vaccinations. To raise the spirits of the people, they started boys' clubs, women's clubs, Red Cross groups. The occupation is over now, but the Japanese have had a taste of democracy. They like it. They've seen it work. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
William Holden and Colleen Gray, please come forward for a curtain call. Bill, have you ever had a real appointment with danger?
Well, Irving, I tried to walk across Hollywood Boulevard again this afternoon.
Don't let him kid you, Irving. A few months ago, Bill made a trip to Japan and Korea to entertain our troops. He went to the front lines and hospitals and talked to the boys.
Well, it was a real privilege to meet them. I hope to go back soon.
How about you, Colleen? Have you had any dangerous appointments lately?
Well, I've been vanquished.
Vanquished? How awful.
No, Irving. The Vanquished is the name of my latest picture for Paramount, co-starring John Payne and Jan Sterling. It's packed with danger and excitement.
Now, really, Colleen, if you want to plug your picture, why don't you just come out and say it like I do?
All right, so go ahead.
Stalag 17.
Hey, Bill, watch your language.
You remember Stalag 17, Colleen. It was one of the funniest plays on Broadway, and it's Bill's latest for Paramount.
Of course. Now tell me, what's the latest, Irving?
A beautiful love story with a perfect setting. The romantic countryside of Italy. It's Paramount Pictures' moving and sensitive drama of September Affair. And starring in their original roles in this unforgettable romance will be Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that one, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And you have a positive return, too.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, Mary Astor, and an all-star cast in These Three.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program tonight is your program, made possible, ladies and gentlemen, by your purchases of Lux toilet soap. You will hear Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, Mary Astor, Constance Collier, Alma Kruger, Marcia May Jones, and Helen Parrish, enacting Samuel Goldwyn's great screenplay, These Three, while our special guests are those young writers, the three Abbey children, and their mother. The Lux Radio Theater Orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers, and your host and producer is Hollywood's pioneer director. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A wedding in the film capital is often front-page news. But there was one the other day which completely escaped the headlines, and properly so. For you never heard of the bride nor the groom, and perhaps you never will. The groom, in fact, is a stable boy, and the scene of the ceremony was the bunkhouse where he and the hired hands lived. But I doubt if Hollywood ever witnessed a happier wedding, because one of our most distinguished stars supplied the wedding feast, and she herself attended, danced with everyone, and made them all forget that she's the groom's boss. and that her name is Barbara Stanwyck. That's the true character of the girl who returns to our stage tonight, starring for us as Martha Doby in These Three. Errol Flynn, the Dublin-born globetrotter who came to Hollywood after a daring career in the South Seas, plays Dr. Joseph Cardin. Errol these days is twanging the longbow on the Warner Brothers lot, where he starred in The Adventures of Robin Hood. Mary Astor, whom you've seen this year in Dodsworth, Prisoner of Zenda, and Hurricane, makes her debut tonight in the Lux Radio Theater, where you hear her as Karen Wright. From the cast of the film are Alma Kruger as Mrs. Tilford and Marcia May Jones as Rosalie. Helen Parrish plays the part of Mary Tilford. And I'm delighted to announce the presence of Constance Collier, veteran of the stage and films, whom we welcome in the role of Aunt Lily. Time won't allow me to say all I'd like to about these 7 important personalities, so we let them speak for themselves as the Lux Radio Theater presents These Three, starring Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, and Mary Astor. Graduation day at a women's college in New England. In the fading light of a May afternoon, students stroll aimlessly about the campus, many of them for the last time. On the edge of the college grounds, 2 girls in the robes of graduating students sit quietly beneath a tree, listening to the distant song. They've been silent for some time. At last, one of them speaks.
What train are you taking, Karen?
I don't know. I don't know what time my train goes or where it's going to. Funny. I always thought graduation would be a happy day. It isn't.
What was it the dean said? Let me see. Starting a new life may sometimes be a lonely business.
What are you going to do, Martha?
Oh, I don't know. Teach somewhere, I guess. If I can get a job. I'd hate to tag along with Aunt Lily, and she's the only relation I've got.
That's just one more than I have. Do you think I could teach?
Maybe we could find someplace together. 2 well-educated young women, all so neat and clean, wish positions.
Martha?
What?
Martha, I've got a farm. It's about all I have got. My grandmother left it to me. I haven't seen it in years, but I used to spend my summers there when I was a little girl. We could go there. We could work there.
Teaching the farm?
No, there's no one there anymore. Hasn't been for years. Martha, do you know, we might start a school, something of our own. It'd be fun. We'd be good at it, too.
Yes, but it isn't practical, Karen.
We can't just sit here. We've got to do something.
Yes, but...
We can get a train tonight. Oh, Martha, take a chance with me and come.
A chance? It is a chance, but... Well, it might be worth it.
Of course it is. Now, look, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Well, here you are, girls.
Oh, but is this the old Wright place? Are you sure?
This is it. $2, please.
I have it, Karen. Here, driver.
Thanks, lady.
Oh, Martha. Just look at it. It's a shack.
Well, it's a large shack.
It's ready to fall down. Oh, Martha.
It doesn't matter, Karen.
It matters a great deal. I remember it as it was when I was a kid. Very dangerous, Martha, remembering things that way.
You know, maybe it wouldn't cost too much to fix it up.
No, not much. I should guess about $2 million would do it. What's that?
Somebody hammering.
It's over this way. Come on.
There, up on the roof.
Up on the... Martha, do you see what I see?
Well, I don't know what you see, but it looks to me like a man.
Well, what's he doing up there anyway? Say, you! Hey, you up there on the roof!
Hello.
Would you mind coming down here, please?
Not at all. Look out below. How are you?
We're all right, thank you. We were a little worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I was up there getting at some honey under the roof, but I didn't get stung once.
Well, that isn't what we were worrying about. You see, this is a house. And while it isn't the best I've ever seen, it belongs to me, and I'd rather not have its roof knocked off.
Oh, no. I really wasn't doing any harm. I'm very fond of this old place, and I come over here whenever I have a day off from the hospital.
Oh, the hospital. I see. You been there a while?
Oh, in a way. I'm a doctor. Will you have some honey?
No, thank you.
It's yours, you know. Very good, too. Better take it.
We won't be needing it. We're not staying here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why aren't you staying here? This is a lovely old house.
It's old, all right.
Are you afraid of work?
No, we're not afraid of work.
Then there you are. You know, my place wasn't nearly as nice as this, and it needed much more fixing, too. It doesn't cost much less than you think, and it's fun doing it. So much fun that I'd like to start all over again.
Well, anything you could do, we could undoubtedly do.
Well, sure, that's just what I said.
We wouldn't starve, Karen. We'd have free honey.
And free help. I'm a good carpenter, a good house painter, a good plumber.
Why are we talking to this man this way, as if we'd known him all our lives?
Well, that sometimes happens. Now, the first thing I'd do is to knock down this old fence.
Here, stop that. You're knocking the whole thing down.
Oh, think nothing of that. Then when the ground's all cleared, we can start working on the inside, you see, and, There you are. Hey, Karen, is this picture hanging straight?
It's beautiful, Joe.
Joe Carden and his little hammer. How could we ever have done without you?
Oh, you couldn't. Hold that step ladder, will you, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
There we are, all fixed up. Now all you need is a couple of students.
Oh, we have one, you know.
What?
Mary Tilford. She's old Mrs. Tilford's granddaughter.
Say, that's all right. Mrs. Tilford's the works around these parts. How'd you come to get the kid?
Well, I think she's been thrown out of the last 3 schools.
She's a little bratty, but she ought to bring in business.
Martha!
Uh-oh.
Martha, darling, how are you?
Aunt Lily.
Martha, I'm so glad to see you.
Where do you want these grips, lady?
Oh, just put them down any place. Any place. No, wait. Take them upstairs, please.
All right.
Martha, how well you look. Almost pretty.
Thank you, Aunt Lily.
And Karen, prettier than ever.
How are you, Mrs. Morton?
Aunt Lily, I thought you were still in a play.
I was. But the theater isn't what it used to be. Now, who's this young gentleman? Your assistant?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
This is Dr. Carden, a friend of ours.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Glad to meet you.
Aunt Lily, is this a visit? You see, we're not very well equipped here now. We've been having a hard time.
Oh, I know, dear. And I know all about the school, too. That's why I'm here. I've come to put my shoulder to the wheel with you. I knew you need an elocution teacher and a general supervisor. That's why I came.
But, Aunt Lily, this is Karen's house.
But I came here to help you both. And until you're started, I shall take only the smallest fee for my services.
It's all right, Martha.
Now I'll go upstairs and unpack, and then I'll come right down and help you arrange the furniture. I shall have to rest for an hour or two. Martha, will you come and show me to my room?
In a moment.
Hurry, dear.
Well.
The, Duchess?
The Duchess.
Yes, the Duchess. Gosh, I better stop her before she takes one of our rooms.
Mrs. Mortar is an actress.
Oh, I gathered that.
I suppose we'll just have to put up with her.
Well, not all the time. What about dinner tonight, Karen?
Well, I guess I could manage it, but...
Swell. I'll pick you up about 6:30. See you later. Oh, and give my love to the Duchess.
Well, I was right.
About what?
She picked your room. Where's Joe?
He'll be back later.
For dinner?
Well, no. He asked me last week about having dinner in town, and you don't mind, do you? I've been feeling a little guilty about leaving you alone at night.
Oh, don't be silly, Karen. You have all the fun you can. It won't be so easy when the term begins, and Joe, well, he's a grand fella.
He is, isn't he?
Yes. And, of course, I won't be alone.
What?
Don't tell me you've forgotten Aunt Lily.
Oh.
Will you translate that, please, Rosalie?
Yes, ma'am. But pious, Aeneas, when the last right were paid.
Very good. Mary, will you take the next few lines? Mary? Mary Tilford.
Yes, ma'am. Closely they skirt the shores of Circe's land, where the rich daughter of the sun held sway.
That's a lovely translation, Mary. It was just as lovely when Professor Hobson of Harvard published it about 10 years ago.
I did it myself.
That will do, Mary. All right, girls. It's a fine day for your hockey game. Run along now.
Gee, Miss Dobie certainly caught you that time.
You shut up, Rosalie.
I didn't.
Never
say-
mind.
Maybe someday other people will be caught doing other things. What? Maybe someday Miss Dobie will find out who stole Helen Burton's bracelet. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. I think I'll borrow your sweater this afternoon, Rosalie.
Well, all right.
Come on.
Well, Martha, everything going all right?
Oh, the Tilford kid's been cutting up again. Nothing very serious.
She's a vixen, that child. If she were mine...
But she isn't, Aunt Lily.
Where's Karen?
She went out.
Where?
Oh, Aunt Lily, please. She went out with Joe. She went to the fair with him. What difference does it make?
Oh, very well, very well.
Joe, this is marvelous. I love merry-go-rounds. How did you know?
I like 'em too, but 5 times round's enough. Let's get off this thing.
What?
I want to tell you something.
Can't hear you.
Listen, Karen. Listen, darling.
What?
I want to tell you something. Get off this thing.
The brass ring? I'll get it the next time around.
Listen, will you? This is important.
Oh, that was grand.
I'm glad you think so.
What was it you were saying before? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, never mind.
What's the matter with you? You're an awful grouch.
Well, this is what's the matter with me. I'm in love with you. I've been trying to tell you for an hour, and now I'm tired out, see, and I can't tell you.
Oh, Joe.
I can't ever tell you. I won't be able to. There aren't words enough to tell you with. But I love you. I love you with all my heart, Karen.
And I love you, Joe, with all my heart.
Karen? Karen, where are you?
Shh, Joe, be quiet.
Oh, hello, Martha. Karen upstairs there?
No, come on up and help me paint a table.
Sure.
In here, Joe.
Oh, is this your room, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Sit down. Karen forgot something, and she had to go back into town. How's the hospital?
Oh, just the same. No money, bad lab, everybody growling at everybody else. Quiet here. Is it late?
No, only 10:30. But the girls are in bed, and Aunt Lily is worn out from doing nothing. Oh, hand me that paintbrush, will you?
Yeah. Karen tells me your aunt was showing the girls how to play King Lear the other day. You know, that's going to come in handy later on in their lives.
Oh, wait until she does Portia standing on a chair.
Ooh.
Sir Henry taught her to do it that way. Said it was the test of a great actress.
You must have had a fine childhood, Martha.
Oh, I did. I did indeed. I lived with Aunt Lily from the time I was 5. I went to 16 schools altogether. And every time the stock company would move, I'd move with it. But school wasn't the worst part. It was after school and never anything but hotel bedrooms to go home to. And then in the evening, I'd have to do my homework sitting on a dirty box backstage and jump up to help Aunt Lily change from one blousy costume to an even blousier one. Oh, I used to be so alone and so sorry that I couldn't have what other kids had. You know, I think that's really why I wanted to teach. Being young is awfully hard, and when I grew up, I sort of wanted to make it easier for other kids. Say, I'm running out of paint. Do you want a glass of milk? Joe, I said... Are you asleep, Joe? Joe? Oh, darling Joe.
Hey!
Do you always wake up so violently?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that I knocked out?
Oh, just the milk. I thought you'd like a glass before you left.
Oh, well, thanks, Martha. Oh, how long have I been asleep?
An hour or so, maybe a little more.
Martha, what was that crash I heard? Oh,
It was me, Mrs. Mather. I was wrestling with myself.
aren't you rather a late visitor, Dr. Carter?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I've been here for 4 days. I was hiding in your trunk. Good night, Martha.
Oh, don't go. Karen will be home any minute.
Oh, no, ma'am. I gotta get home now. And warn Karen that when we're married, she'll have to stay at home and watch me knock over milk glasses. Good night.
Good night.
I hope I'm not hurrying you away.
No, not any more than usual.
Joe's so in love with Karen, isn't he? I do hope they'll have the wedding in the spring. We could stage it so well in the garden. Of course, when they're married, it'll be rather hard on you. But Karen says she intends to go right on with the school.
There's never been any question of that.
And it really won't be so lonely for you because you'll be seeing her all the time. And you'll be seeing Joe, too. Perhaps you'll be seeing more of him than usual. You'll like that, won't you?
Oh, that's enough, Aunt Lily.
Good night, darling.
Oh, God.
You've just heard Act One of these three. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act Two of our plays, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, and Mary Astor. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theater. While we are waiting for Act Two, we want you to go with us to Beverly Hills. There we meet a lovely young Deb and her co-ed sister.
Mary, darling, may I borrow one of your dresses? I'm going out with a senior at Stanford, and I don't want to look too utterly childish.
So baby sister's growing up, is she? Well, let's go and see what's in the closet. Oh, let's see now. Well, this black one's a little too sophisticated. Now, what are you doing at my dressing table?
Just putting on some fresh makeup. It's pretty late, you know, and I've got to start getting ready.
I don't care how late it is. Don't ever let me catch you putting on makeup without first using Lux toilet soap.
But my face isn't dirty.
You may not think so, but if you want to guard against cosmetic skin...
Oh, heavens, yes. It would be horrible to have those little blemishes and enlarged pores.
You're right, dear.